come say we all day my time inside, we all they suffer. Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people make them find them our own way. Forgetting say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we the sink.
When news breaks, there's no pause button. With fast-moving, developing stories, decisions are unfolding, and the nation is watching. This is News Desk, with a very fast and precise tone and attitude, 1 hour. The biggest stories, the clearest facts, facts, politics, governance, security, the economy. Not rumors, not speculation, but verified news.
It's clear that the people wanted to change the will of the people of Pandai, but the Supreme Court has affirmed the will of the people.
Backed by context, sharpened by analysis. Here, headlines are not enough. We go beyond the what to ask the why and the what next. Decision makers are questioned, policies are examined, and the facts are allowed to speak without fear, without favor. This is News Desk on Joy News. Independent, fearless, credible.
Traveled to Dubai to go find greener pastures. Then I found this one friend of mine who actually helped me. So I was just into this kind of Chinese company thing. Yeah. But it got to a time that the Chinese company work broke down. So I had no choice than to look for another country to go settle so I can find more money to help home. So as they told her, they said stewardship, and they called for a roll call. Like, which kind of stewardship roll call thing? So we all came out, and a commander came. They said we are waiting for a commander. He came, he was a Ghanaian. We were 54 in numbers, whereby we were being dressed to move to the front line. At that time, we were lucky enough that it was snowing. So the snow actually helped us a little. Yeah, you can choose snow with a mix of sand. With the 1st battalion, you have to be fit before you get there. And with that, you are dodging drone, you are dodging landmines, you are dodging long distance missiles, you are dodging bullets, you are dodging grenades.
Hey, so you knew you were going to die then?
Every day, we move through our cities, fighting traffic, chasing time, and trying to make a living. But what if our cities worked better for us? Joy News, together with the amalgam of professional bodies, brings you a conversation that speaks to everyday life. Centers of prosperity at the center of the world. A closer look at how better city management can drive economic growth. Join the main speaker, David Ofosudote, as he breaks down what's not working and what must change. Wednesday, 6th May 2026 at 5 p.m. Live on Joy News and all our social media platforms. Better cities don't happen by chance. They are planned.
By midday, the day has spoken, stories have broken, events have unfolded.
We call on governments and cocoa board to pay our cocoa farmers immediately.
Now it's time to take stock. This is Joy News Today. As it happens, as it matters to you, from Accra to every region, from Parliament to the courts, our correspondents are on the beat, bringing you the latest developments, verified facts, and the context behind the headlines.
This authority is just going to be tough for the men. This authority will not affect the suffering unemployed youth.
On Joy News Today, there are no fragments of speculation, but a clear picture of where the country stands right now.
Because of Galamsey, Ghanaians voted against NPP for NDC to come and do better. But the better now, no, and
so you can stay informed, stay connected, and stay ahead. Joy News Today on Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible.
Across Ghana, in communities big and small, ordinary people are doing extraordinary things. This is the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026, celebrating those who are changing lives, shaping futures, and building hope. From Bimbila in the northern region, Faith Jakpasu is transforming classrooms through innovation, inclusive learning, and life-changing initiatives for students, teachers, and vulnerable communities. From Aflao in the Volta region, Felix Akakbo is building schools, supporting students, and investing in the future of an entire community. In health, from Winneba in the central region, Amos Ando is turning his personal battle with sickle cell into a national movement for awareness, prevention, and policy change. From Nkwanta in the Oti region, Bless Lantam is delivering life-changing healthcare to hard-to-reach communities, even in the face of conflict. From Insawamed Wedri in the eastern region, Antonio Say is restoring mobility, dignity, and opportunity through prosthetics and outreach across Ghana. From Adenta in the Greater Accra region, Valerie Ajatia is empowering amputees with hope, rehabilitation, and the courage to rebuild their lives. From Anyanui and Loga in the Volta region, Reverend Christian Valeto is rescuing, treating, and reintegrating neglected mental health patients back into society. From Akuse in the eastern region, Alberta Aite is mentoring, educating, and empowering over 1,000 girls to dream beyond limitations. From Singabreku in the central region, Isabella Akwabwa fighting period poverty and equipping women and girls with skills for independence. In Wash, from Sirigu in the Upper East region, Dr. Anthony Akunzele is improving livelihoods through clean water, education, and economic opportunities for women. From Akache in the Volta region, Senyor Bomita is transforming communities through schools, clean water, healthcare access, and youth empowerment. And for the Corporate Partner Award from the Cape Coast Youth Development Association is empowering thousands of young people through education, skills training, and community development. These are not just finalists. These are change makers. They are nation builders. They are Ghana's true heroes. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts. Who takes this home?
The 2026 Joy News Impact Makers Awards is brought to you by Ghana CEO Summit, a decade of leadership impact. Labadi Beach Hotel, Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. Abakun, Services Bebre, New Crystal Hospital, growing in good health. Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability. Water Aid Ghana, change starts with water. Ghana Chamber of Mines.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, strong, tough.
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
The Bank of Ghana has posted losses. As it is now, even though it says, and the majority in Parliament, who were the first who announced this publicly, said the amount was some 15.6 billion, they are claims that suggest that that is not accurate and that the amount may be far more than that. That in fact, it may be beyond 20 or beyond 30 billion. Who is telling the truth? And is this really a loss? If it is not a loss, as the majority wants us to believe, why did they, when they were in opposition, push for the governors or the governor to be removed or resign because of a similar situation? What changed? How about the power situation? Is it transformers that are being installed, new ones? Is it about some fire that gutted a place that is holding some of the essential installations for production of the power at Akosombo? Well, the story appears to have been changing. What exactly is the real story? This is Newsfile. Trust us to get to the bottom of these matters. We'll be right back.
Across Ghana, in communities big and small, ordinary people are doing extraordinary things. This is the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026, celebrating those who are changing lives, shaping futures, and building hope. From Bimbila in the northern region, Faith Jakpasu is transforming classrooms through innovation, inclusive learning, and life-changing initiatives for students, teachers, and vulnerable communities. From Aflao in the Volta region, Felix Akakpo is building schools, supporting students, and investing in the future of an entire community. In health, from Winneba in the central region, Amos Ando is turning his personal battle with sickle cell into a national movement for awareness, prevention, and policy change. From Nkwanta in the Oti region, Bless Lantam is delivering life-changing healthcare to hard-to-reach communities, even in the face of conflict. From Insawam Edwardri in the eastern region, Antonio Say is restoring mobility, dignity, and opportunity through prosthetics and outreach across Ghana. From Adenta in the Greater Accra region, Valerie Ajatia is empowering amputees with hope, rehabilitation, and the courage to rebuild their lives. From Anyanui and Loga in the Volta region, Reverend Christian Valeto is rescuing, treating, and reintegrating neglected mental health patients back into society. From Akuse in the eastern region, Alberta Aite is mentoring, educating, and empowering over 1,000 girls to dream beyond limitations. From Breku in the central region, Isabella Akwabwa fighting period poverty and equipping women and girls with skills for independence. In Wash, from Sirigu in the Upper East region, Dr. Anthony Akunzule is improving livelihoods through clean water, education, and economic opportunities for women. From Akache in the Volta region, Senior Bomita is transforming communities through schools, clean water, healthcare access, and youth empowerment. And for the Corporate Partner Award from the Cape Coast Youth Development Association is empowering thousands of young people through education, skills training, and community development. These are not just finalists. These are change makers. They are nation builders. They are Ghana's true heroes. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people, making extraordinary.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced twin-star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomaseyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees. Our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit wayley.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Wayley, your trusted home builder.
Are your gums bleeding when you brush or floss? It may be time for a professional dental cleaning. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Bleeding gums are a sign of gum disease, and when you visit the dentist, your dental hygienist will examine your gums and bone health by completing a periodontal assessment. Using a periodontal probe, or a gum probe, the depth of the pockets are measured gently and precisely. We are checking for the space between the tooth and the gums, checking for bleeding gums, checking the recession, as well as to see if the teeth are mobile. So, have a discussion with your dental team on gum health and preventative measures against gum disease, and these discussions could be the first sign towards a healthier mouth.
Healthy smile.
Welcome back, and let's get to something stake. New bill abolishes fear and panic law. I'm putting up a letter for your inspection right now. That letter you may have seen circulating from the district headquarters of the Ghana Police Service in Gambaga is, to put it bluntly, most embarrassing. It is a stark black and white testament to the depth to which our law enforcement has sunk in its quest to please political masters. That letter you are seeing shortly invites a citizen to assist in an investigation over a WhatsApp comment that merely questions the fitness of a municipal chief executive, MCE. All he did was to say that the MCE is a disgrace and doesn't look fit for the office. That letter is not just an overreach, it is an absurdity. Where is the crime? In a healthy democracy, questioning whether a public officer is fit for purpose is the heartbeat of civic engagement. Yet here we are, using the machinery of the state to talk peace. They said he should come over for them to talk peace and also to answer for the WhatsApp. Talk peace over a comment that barely qualifies as an insult, let alone a threat to national security. That's a cycle of hypocrisy. The irony is as thick as it is tragic. From the arrest of Adenta Kumi or Hiniba of Wuntumi Radio to Sir Obama of Pokwase, Abronya DC, the Baba Amandos, this regime is proving that political memory is conveniently short. When in opposition, the NDC and John Mahama were loud and righteous in condemning Akufo-Addo for resorting to speech-chilling tactics. They rightfully attacked the abuse of the vague Section 208 of the criminal offenses of punishing false news that could cause fear and panic. They did not only join the crusade against that provision in the 1960 law, they raised their voices against the sister Section 76 of the 2018 Electronic Communications Law. But as the proverb goes, the more things change, the more they stay the same. What happened to the round condemnation that greeted the arrest of Bobia Ansah or Mensa Thompson or David Tamaklo of the WhatsApp News only a few years ago? Because they are affiliated with the NDC, they have a different blood running in them. The repressive laws of yesterday have become the necessary tools of today. depending entirely on whose hands are on the gavel. And we see you continuing to defend the indefensible. I'm talking about the opposition. Look, some of the comments made by these guys are plain reckless and indefensible. Those who seek a decent and orderly society must never be heard trying to justify crude insults and blatant falsehoods. We leave that shameless partisan gymnastics to the politicians who only find their conscience and voice when they lose their power. However, the solution to bar speech, like Kofi Bentil will always remind us, is more speech, or at the very least, recourse to civil remedies and not criminal prosecution. If a man's reputation is harmed, let him take out a civil suit for defamation. Why must the state spend taxpayers' money to lock a man up for 3 years or 5 years over a WhatsApp status? Yes, the police wrote to Shamna for a WhatsApp comment calling David Bukari a disgrace and not fit to be MCE of Nalerigo Gambaga. The GJA has recently reminded government of the urgent need to end the abuse in resort to these repressive laws. How can a government that is seeking to repeal Section 208 and remove the custodial sanction in Section 76 of the Electronic Communications Act through the new disinformation bill allow an increasing resort to these repressive laws? Mr. President, your silence on the recent surge in these arrests is deafening. Your silence promotes the impunity we see in Gambaga. The cost of the silence, sir. Such was how Fix the Country activist Ibrahim Muhammad Kaka Macho was harassed by the Jura police before his murder in 2021. Justice has still not been served. Each new abuse multiplies the risk of the tragedy to our democracy. The Gambaga police foist a crime even where a civil tort of defamation would struggle to find a foothold. The way forward is very simple. Please speak to discourage the abuse of these laws, which ought to have been gone with criminal libel in 2001. We must abolish these provisions speedily or amend the laws to fully comply with modern democratic standards and to remove the criminal sanctions for speech violations. Let's stop using the police as the private discipline guard for sensitive politicians. If we do not stop this slide into state-sponsored hypersensitivity, we will soon find that the only thing fit for purpose in Ghana is our silence. And that is my take. We'll be right back with my guest.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kakalika, just call me cockroach.
Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, I tell you, Impruka. Yeah. Captain was key to double the action. Me didn't sasso spray. Mr. Femi sasso quell. Yeah, go to my shasa.
Sasso, come tum preko.
Hey, my children! Oh, we miss you guys.
For every sacrifice.
Hey, darling.
Close your eyes, baby.
Every silent prayer.
Thank you for being a wonderful mommy.
Thank you.
I'm sure you love it.
She gave her all. Now it's your turn to give back something precious.
For everything you are and all things you do. Happy Mother's Day, love.
Oh, thank you.
This Mother's Day, celebrate her with something as precious as she is. Gold bought jewelry. Pure, precious, proudly Guinean.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced twin-star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomaseyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. I'm seeing too many messages on Samson's Take. Samson's Take is not subject for discussion, so I don't read messages on them. The fact I'll tell you, though, is that in less than 2 years, is it, of this administration, those repressive laws have been used more than the entirety of Akufo-Addo's regime. Go check the statistics. It's terrible. We got to stop it. My guests are here, the rebel, Kofi Bentil, lawyer and senior vice president, Imani Africa. Ben Boachi will join us. He's executive director, African Center for Energy Policy, ASEP. Right here in the studio also is Dr. Theo Echampong, a friend of this platform. Many times he wakes up in the cold and joins us to have these discussions. He's technical advisor, Ministry of Finance. Theo, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
Right. Also here is, does he work miracles? These days, he has a way of reminding you of the things you said many years ago. He has all the videos, he's clipping them. I don't know how he gets to do that job. Dennis Miracles Abuaji, Director of Communications, Baumia Campaign. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Gazo.
Yeah, so that thing, you have seen the effect, how effective it is. It's your way of shutting people up so they are not able to say anything in defense of themselves.
No, it's a way of disarming people from gaslighting us, because you know sometimes
a necessary tool on the trade.
When you say the thing, like I say something about you today on BOG losses,
yeah,
he's coming to debate me. I don't want that.
All right.
So I just go and pick what he said, and ask him whether he still believes in it or not.
We'll be talking to John Jinapo. We'll be talking to John Jinapo this morning, and John Jinapo, get ready, because some of the things you said, we will play them to you. You said fix the thing, you could fix it. You said this was a sign of incompetence. In fact, at a point when it was not as bad as you have just supervised. Okay, so let's see how you answer to that. We are learning from Dennis Miracles. Also, Godfred Bokping, Professor of Finance and Economist at the University of Ghana. Dr. Gideon Boako, MP Tano North and member Finance Committee of Parliament. His finance people packed for today. Professor Ebo Texin, Department of Economics, University of Ghana, external member of the MPC, that's the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana, and chief economist after Policy Network, APN. Thank you also very much for making time to join us. Samuel Dami, I have asked for direction. Where are we going? Do we go to the Bank of Ghana vaults to check what is happening there before, or we should go to John Jinapo and check how our power is going to be stable and whether or not we are getting a timetable for load shedding? Okay, so let's find out if we can have our light stable so we can talk about Bank of Ghana as well. So, a lot of things have happened. And for all of you that know, last week I hosted the communications director of the Energy Ministry here. Unfortunately, we had very limited time. He spoke for about 10 minutes. I didn't interrupt him. And for all the 10 minutes, all he told us the problem was that they were fixing transformers. Really? That's why we have suffered all that we have suffered? Okay, let's take a listen to these voices and return.
And we then build an ultra-modern, state-of-the-art control center with all the modern equipment. And compartmentalize it. So if there's a fire incident at one section, automatically the others are shut and it will take in that section. And so we are working with the police AI and integrating in the command center in Accra. So that all
thank you very much. We heard about the sad event, the fire outbreak in your control room. And of course, Ghanaians have felt the impact of what happened. You worked hard, but it's not surprising because VRA has been one of the best organized state-owned enterprises. So I'm not surprised that you have the kind of quality of human resource to be able to ameliorate what happened. And so when I heard that, our engineers say they're going to find a way of bringing it back on, I wasn't surprised because I know VRA has some of the best personnel you can ever get anywhere in the world. So I want to thank you for the sacrifice. This is an act of God. I mean, who would have expected that the control room would develop this kind of fire? But of course, I hear it's been there since 1964. So they say in adversity is opportunity. Because now that this adversity has happened, it makes it, gives us an opportunity to replace with it a more modern control room that will serve this Akosombo plant and let it work for more generations yet unborn. And so I told the minister I was coming here to see for myself the work you had done. He's briefed me. You have 4 of the turbines back on, and he says that you're working another miracle and that I'll get good news soon with the remaining 2 turbines also coming back on. So I want to thank you very much for what you've done, and we encourage you to continue.
Brekusu Sea Defense Project. I also took the opportunity to visit Fuveme in the Anlor district where tidal waves are wreaking havoc on our people's livelihood. And just yesterday I was in Akosombo here in the eastern region to inspect the damage at the Volta River Authority Electricity Generation Station following the devastating fire in the switchyard control room. I know many of you are concerned about the disruptions to the electricity supply caused by the Akosombo fire. But I want to share the good news that the GRIDCO and VRA engineers working together have been able to bypass the burnt-out control room and have restarted all the 6 turbines at the Akosombo generating station. And so as of last night, the Akosombo hydroelectric dam is fully operational.
That is the crisis this government owns, fully, entirely, and without excuse. On 19th April 2026, 4 days before the Akosombo incident, President Mahama stood before the Ghanaian people and declared, "The outages you are facing are not doomsday." He described the disruptions as necessary steps to ensure a more reliable and stable power supply. The Ghanaian people did not believe him then. They do not believe him now. And the MPP minority will not allow this government to shelter its own incompetence behind the narrative of a single incident. We say to the president directly, the darkness Ghanaians are experiencing is not the product of 23rd April 2026. It is the product of 14 months of policy failure, institutional neglects, and the deliberate abandonment of the energy sector recovery framework that the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia administration put in place to prevent exactly this kind of collapse. The government of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Bawumia did not leave behind a broken sector without solutions. They left behind the Energy Sector Recovery Program, which we call the ESRP, and a sector hemorrhaging cash under NDC stewardship is not of his making. It is the making of his political principles. To hold him publicly accountable while shielding the policy architects of this disaster is not justice. It is deflection dressed up as decisive leadership. Even with the fire outbreak at Akosombo, the government has a responsibility to protect our national energy infrastructure backbone, the transmission network. However, lack of maintenance and safety protocols must be blamed on the government. We do not oppose investigation. Any inquiry into events at critical national infrastructure must be thorough and transparent. If negligence, dereliction of duty, or any other culpable conduct is found, those responsible must face the full force of the law. But investigation must precede conclusion, and the suspension of officials must not serve as a press release substitute for a genuine reckoning with the policy failures that has brought Ghana's energy sector to its knees. If any official is to face scrutiny, let that same scrutiny fall on the energy minister and on this president. For it is their ministry, their policy choices, and their disdain for the ESRP that created the conditions under which critical national infrastructure has been allowed to deteriorate.
Right, so that's the minority. Earlier you heard John Junapo, you heard the president also, and you heard the president, right? He narrowed the problem to the disruption at the power stations. And that was the second leg of their excuses that we began to hear. I'm going to begin just pick, as it were, commencing preliminary comment from my guests, and then we'll get to the details of this situation to ask the question, if the problem is over. If the problem is over, will it recur? Is it over? That for us is the most important thing, because people, that's what concerns everybody else. So for about 2 minutes each, let me begin with Ben Boache. You and Prof. Bokwing, you are joining us via Zoom. Thank you very much for joining us. So last week I sat here and I was excited that my area in Dansoman, we had not been affected yet. So I was jubilating. Then I got home, and then Sunday, I go to church, I return, no lights. And the lights didn't come back until later in the night. And then the next day, we were suffering the same thing. The lights were just going on and off. Ben, what's your understanding of what has happened? Is it installation of transformers, replacement of transformers, and or plus the disruption, the fire at Akosombo substation, power station?
Thanks, Samson, and thanks to the team and my friends in the studio. Good morning. I think the fragility of the power system, I keep advising my friends in politics that we would always have light going out in communities, in spaces, because we don't have that robust power system that assures everybody that at least the regulated benchmark for taking out your light, which shouldn't exceed, I think, 48 hours in a year, we will be able to meet it anytime soon. So the assurance always will be to do whatever is possible to make sure that the big ticket interventions at generation, at substations, will be managed such that we don't take down vast areas in our communities at a go. As for fixing transformers and changing them, those are routine things that should be done in any power system. What you do with transformers essentially is that, when you put a transformer for a certain load in a locality, and over time, the community outgrows that capacity, you simply replace the transformer. It doesn't mean that the transformer is dead. What it means is that you switch it to a locality where there is a lesser load, so that you can then put a bigger transformer there. There are options also to split the load and perhaps add another transformer to it, so that you can give the locality the decent amount of voltage that they need to be able to function as a society. But the communication has always been that, the transformers are dead, they are not being replaced for tens of years, and that's what is causing the problem. So we need to replace the transformers. And nobody even asked the question, what happens to the transformers that are taken down? Does it mean that all of them are dead and we're just buying new ones? Which technically for me is difficult to explain away the way we do it, buying thousands of transformers all the time, and we're not told where the old ones are actually going. Transformers
so bottom line, your preliminary comment before you dive deep. This was not a transformer issue. It was also not the fire incident at the Great Cross substation in Akosombo.
No, I mean, there are multiple issues. That's what I'm saying, that the system is fragile, so you always will have some of these setbacks. Taking down 1,000 megawatt, there's no way you will not have load shedding. If transformers in localities are overloaded, you will still have those problems. So what I'm saying is that the system is not robust enough. So we should always brace up for some of these setbacks and hope that we can deal with them in the medium to long term.
Has the communication been sincere? Has the communication been upfront and sincere with consumers? Yes or no? I'm moving to your other friends, and then we'll come back to dive deep.
Part of it, I mean, I've been sincere. I think I've seen timetables around, communicating that, there are load shedding. But there are times that we really had generation deficit, that you wouldn't have that communicated to the public, that this is as a result of generation deficit.
All right, so this is somebody who has an understanding of the situation better than perhaps any one of us on this table. Kofi, what's been your reading?
Please forgive me. My preliminary comment will be on freedom of speech. See, it is because that thing is seen by many people as a license for reckless people to say disagreeable things and insult others. Please, that is not the purpose of freedom of speech. In any case, freedom of speech allows people to do that. So please, we should understand that. Now, why is it important? It is one of those fundamental freedoms which build a nation quietly. Speech generates thoughts. Thoughts generate ideas. Ideas build a nation. If you try and stamp on people's speech, you stamp on their innovation, you stamp on everything, and their fundamental freedom. So look, it is so important to me. That's why I keep saying the things I say, that look, read all the philosophers on freedom of speech. It is to protect people you disagree with, to say things you don't like. If you are hurt, if you are offended, if you are defamed, there is a civil process for that, because it has great value in unleashing our energies. So the thing you read, somebody makes a statement on a private WhatsApp platform, and you use your office to summon them. It's a terrible, a grotesque abuse of that person's rights. And it is seriously unconstitutional. And I heard the point you made, which I have also worried about, that one of the problems I find with this government is how quick they are to abuse these things. And the silence of the people at the top. What goes around comes around. We need to protect freedom of speech. I may disagree with you, but I'll protect your right to freedom of speech. That's my preliminary comment.
At least say something in a minute. You have done under the time I've offered.
The thing about the energy, you made the last point, which is very important. The communication is insincere. There are a few things that if I had my way, we would do what we call in Imani a rational elite consensus on. That everything that is serious is political. So energy is serious, it is political. But we will be careful the politics we do with it, because it will come around. If you watch our energy systems, it's the same thing from point to point. However, and I'll speak to it later on, the engineers at VRA have proven that if you leave them alone, if you give them the right leadership, there is almost nothing they can't do. So these energy problems, look, the biggest problem with our energy is that it has suffered political interference, not leadership. And that's why we are where we are, because Ghana as a country is not too big and it's not impossible to manage. But there's been too much political interference and there's too much money in that sector. It is messing with us. We can't really solve our energy problems. And I think what we've seen in VRA should be the start to a complete or sensible. Ben was saying something about the kind of system that we have to have so that we don't go off for more than 48 hours. It is possible.
Okay.
If our leaders allow it.
Okay. And like Kofi said, ideas build a nation. And I remember that was the topic for Isan Kumen's lecture at the University of Ghana many years ago, when he spoke about the fact that it's not about the gold and the minerals you have in your buried under the water or also the earth, but it is ideas. Professor Bokwin, what's your understanding of this situation? Let's begin on the point. Have you felt the communication has been sincere?
Well, Samson, good morning. And good morning to my seniors. It's been a while. And good morning to the good people of Ghana. Samson, it hasn't been sincere. And it's not with respect to this government alone. Samson, you will recall when our energy crisis intensified between 2012 and 2015, right? And the politics around it over the years. And clearly you can see that since 2012 to date, Ghana has not solved its energy issue comprehensively. That gives comfort to the average Ghanaian to plan. We have not. Governments have come, governments have gone, the issues persist. Whilst consumers worry about all of this, the real winners from all of this, something has been politicians across the two main political divide, right? The excessive interference and all of that is driven by the money in that sector. And it's not, we have competent people in this country. And if you check the data, before this democracy and commercialization and interference, we had competent people managing VRA. And the rest of them, so much to the extent that it was more or less like a go-to on the continent. Then with our democracy and interference and all the procurement economy around the whole thing, politicians have taken over. The technical guys can't even talk and express what they needed to do for this country to have light on continually. We have not. We have not. I mean, it's more the politics. If you check the landscape, it's the politics of managing it that dominates and not the real issues. And politicians will never admit the real issue and tell Ghanaians that this is the issue. Either they will say it's transformer
rather than a political interference problem.
Yeah, it's not a political interference issue. And once you have politics interfering that way, then nothing is going to get solved. Because politicians really are not interested in solving the issue. They are more interested in what they can get from it, from the procurement of it. But the crisis itself enables a certain level of intervention that benefit the politics of the day. Okay, and unfortunately, since 2012, we have not been able to put this issue to bed for Ghana to plan. And something, let me ask you, it's not just the energy sector. Which aspect of Ghana's economy and society, something, can you say that since we took over, right, in the last 30 years, we have been able to manage that we can point to and say that there's hope for this country? Which aspect? Is it sanitation? Is it education? Is it the environment? Is it responsible mining? Or what is it?
Okay.
What is it?
Hold on. Dennis, I've heard you say the last thing you would like to do is to do politics with this situation because you know that people will record your voice and use it against you sometimes
like
to come.
He does to other people.
What do you say?
Yes, I mean, I'm quite convinced with all the faith that I have that by the grace of God, Dr. Bawumia will be president. And I am with him all the way till he becomes president and delivers on his mandate. And I don't want to be I don't want to be watching my videos being played by people. So I'm very careful when it comes to issues of the fuel, issues of energy, and all those things. I mean, we've all learned lessons. Others can choose not to, but I have. And that explains why when I was listening to His Excellency the President, and I was reading from the Honorable John Jinapol's page this weekend, I was shocked. I was like, why are we doing this to ourselves? So I said, because I spent last night trying to really understand some of the commentary. For example, mission accomplished. You know, the impression has been created since yesterday as if like Akosombo is fixed and all of a sudden we are fine. And that exactly is where the problem is. The first thing I learned in my service marketing class, okay, when it comes to consumer behavior, is that satisfaction is purely based on expectations. People, there is nobody that has that unending need. It's all about what you promise them. People will be satisfied based on the feel that you have delivered on your promise, because your promise gives them the expectation. That is basically what it is. And that is why this morning, you can go to one of the remotest places in Ghana, and they are happy. You are at Trasako, you are happy. You think you are the happiest person, but somebody lives far away at the edge, and he's extremely happy, probably more happier than you, because his expectation this morning was to probably just get up, get his plantain and contomere and eat. He's fine. It's fulfilled. You don't give us promises which you know you can't, fulfill. This morning, I know 3 people who have already posted on Facebook that their lights are off. And yet yesterday, we're being told that everything is fine. And when you read, I don't know if I can just, I'm the last person, if I can just continue instead of doing 2 minutes. When you read the chronology of all of these energy crises, I'm clear in my mind that Akosombo being fixed yesterday means nothing. Because Akosombo wasn't the reason why we had a crisis since February. Before April 23rd or so, Akosombo fire, there was energy crisis. My lights were going off 3-4 times in a day.
Yeah.
So why? Now you've set another
especially people in Kumasi, Ashanti region, were complaining long before Akosombo suffered.
You've set another expectation. Do you know why the people in Kumasi were complaining? They were complaining because in August 2025, the same minister said that the Kumasi issues have been resolved this year. It was reported on your portal. The same minister for Kumasi in August 2025. 2026, they still have issues. Expectation, fulfillment, determines satisfaction.
Okay.
And so I will come into the breakdown of why I think that the Honorable Minister and the President should just come clean. If I know that tomorrow morning I won't get electricity.
They have been insincere.
That the fact I can give you the breakdown, I can give you the fact. It's there. I'll give you videos, I'll give you timelines, I'll give you what they said, I'll quote it to you. It's here. You understand? And that is why I woke up this morning, I'm like, I am not convinced that we are out of the woods. In fact, I am more worried because then it tells me that the president and the minister do not have a solution to the problem. If they think that Akosombo being fixed is the mission accomplished, then we are in trouble.
Right.
Because clearly they themselves, based on all they've told us since last year up to now, never told us that Akosombo 1,000 megawatts going off would cause energy crisis.
Thank you. So hold it on there. Dr. Thea Champong, if we are hearing teachers, parents complaining that their children, their words cannot read for BC, if we are hearing people pulling sausages from their cold store or their fridges and throwing them away because they've gone bad, that signals something very, very bad happening because of the problem, right?
Of course. I mean, electricity is everything, right? That's what you need to drive economic growth in this country. And we've had very difficult moments in the past where we've had to actually ration power the last 10 plus years. And we had to bring in additional capacity to actually help bridge the gap.
To the point that we had excess capacity.
Yes. And in fact, there's an interesting report that the World Bank did back in June of 2013. The title was Energizing Economic Growth in Ghana, Making the Power and Petroleum Sectors Rise to the Challenge. At the time, we had issues, and it was quite clear that certain things needed to be done to fix or address the issues. The issues are structural, some of it to do with capacity, some of it to do with even the distribution end, where ECG is, buying power and it's losing a substantial sum, of that. The issues have to do with even the substations as well. A number of them need to be upgraded, and you need to, invest to be able to do that. But what I think it's important is let's put the current issues in the right context. And I am struggling a bit, Dennis, because the point is that Akosombo alone is 1,000 megawatts out of your total current available generation base, available capacity base of about 4,500. So if you have 1,000 out of 4,500 being taken offline completely, that's about 20-25% of your total output, right? In other words, if you think about it this way, if you had to ration power, 1 out of every 4 households would have to, lose power at some point.
Do you remember exactly when the burning happened, the fire happened at Akosombo?
There will be earlier during the week.
Okay. So
later during the week.
It was either Saturday night or Sunday.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. Before that.
Yes. There was a bit of...
The Saturday before the fire.
Yes.
We sat here to discuss the problem.
Yes. And at that time, the issues then, preceding Sunday, had to do with managing the load in certain particular enclaves within the country as a result of the transformer upgrades that were taking place. So let's distinguish the two issues. Before that, like Ben said, there's always been load being shed in particular enclaves because of either overloaded transformers or you don't have enough capacity going into that space. That's quite clear.
Do you have an idea? Do you have an idea how long it takes to replace a transformer? Because the light goes off the whole day and it's transformer. It comes on, then after a few minutes or a couple of hours, it goes off again. And someone is suffering it for the entire week, and that's transformer replacement?
It wouldn't be all transformer replacement, right? The typical transformer may take about a day to fix in a particular enclave. And remember that they are doing that over multiple enclaves, even within the same area. So let's take your Dansoman area, for example. They will start with maybe Keep Fit, roundabout. And within that, you may have a couple of transformers there that need to be changed. And then when they are changed, you also have to sync the frequency, you have to sync the voltage, and make sure that the power output is stabilized. That takes a little bit of time, right? But the fundamental point is that prior to...
You know when I was introducing Bemboache?
Yes.
I forgot that you are an energy person. Forgive me.
I have been in this place long enough. Yeah. So I wear an energy, but I also wear a finance hat, right? So the point I'm just making is that prior to the Akosombo incident, there were localized, isolated issues. And in certain particular vicinities or enclaves like the Kumasi and all of that, there were issues there that needed to be addressed. But let's make a clear distinction between that and then this big issue that you could not have planned for, your unknown, right? That at some point your grid and the substation will just, catch up in flames. And that takes as much as 25% of your total available capacity of the grid. That you cannot do anything really about. And even remember that the moment the incident happened, some of the comms was around the fact that it may take even 6 months to fix this, right? Within a week, that has been turned around to the point that you have all the 6 units coming on stream and delivering power to Ghanaians as they
and all of you, especially you and Kofi Bento, have been celebrating that.
It's phenomenal. The amount of work that has gone in the last few days, from the engineers at VRA, at Gridco, to the ministry team, and then the leadership that the minister and his team have shown consistently being on ground to make sure that the right things are done. And you see, when the president even went there was a national service lady that the president actually praised, as part of the effort to actually get the capacity.
She's been offered automatic placement.
It's a good thing.
Okay.
Right.
So
but the point, I'll pause, but I think I just want to highlight, and we can come back to the conversation, is that we need to add more capacity. No two ways about that. How do you do that? How do you also ensure that the issues that have to do with the biggest bottleneck in the sector, even if you had capacity and you don't address the power losses, the ECG issues, you're still going to end up having to spend over $1 billion, to plug the energy sector shortfall in that space. And this is money that can build more schools and roads and hospitals for our people. And I'm sure we'll come around to discuss that. But there's been clear leadership that has been shown. On the comms issue, the timetables, the timelines have been provided. There were issues related to could we have done a little bit more in terms of specific locales and enclaves. Perhaps yes, but the real fundamental point is that at the time that Akosombo happened and what you could not have anticipated, it took 25% of your power out.
Okay.
And you had to then,
Ben, Theo is saying that we need to increase capacity. Can you explain that to me? Because I have known over years that we have excess capacity. That John Mahama, #1, left us with excess capacity after resolving Dumso. And our focus was to export power.
Yeah, I mean, as for capacity, you always have to add capacity as consumption grows. You would imagine that around 2015, 16, our total demand was around 2,200, 2,300. Today it's in excess of 4,000 megawatts. So certainly if you're not adding capacity, you wouldn't be able to meet that demand. Again, also, these are machines. Take like your normal generator, backup generator at home. Over time, you're going to have to replace some components. You're going to have to replace even the generator itself and make it more robust to serve your needs. So those are system issues. Demand will grow. You have to meet demand. You have to add capacity to it. At this point, we don't have capacity shortfall, but as I indicated, some of the plants can go off. And when they go off, for example, if you have Akosombo, which is 1,000 megawatt taking down, there is no replacement for it. There's no reserve that will be able to meet that shortfall. You have a plant that is 300 megawatts. When it goes down, you certainly will have to share some load. So those are issues. And my position has really been that we need to add capacity, but of course we also have to be careful, because when you add more than you need, even optimal reserve margin, is going to add up to the inefficiencies that we have in the energy sector as a bill for somebody to pay. So first off, we need to clean up the energy sector and make it more sustainable. That allows us to plan properly, add more than we need, a generation that we can actually pay for, so that these intermittencies will not continue to occur. And that's how a very robust energy system actually works. So yes, we do have enough capacity, but that capacity is really at the edge. And when one goes down, you certainly will have to manage the load. And in most cases, they won't tell you that we have a capacity deficit, for which reason load has to be shared. Then we'll play around many other words of localized fault and the rest of it. But sometimes it's generation problem, and we need to admit that and see how we plan.
All right.
And if we don't deal with the financial issues, I keep saying that if we don't deal with the financial issues that allows us to plan, we will not be able to adequately meet continuous demand, because it costs money. It takes money to actually build the capacities that are required and also maintain those capacities, and also diversify the fuel sources and the rest of it, so that you know that at all times, if you don't have gas coming from Ghana gas or any other sources, there are more stable alternatives that can actually be brought on to solve the problem that you have.
Right. So is fixing the Gridco substation in Akosombo mission accomplished? Is the problem fixed, so to speak? And listen to Kekweju Wesiako, whose situation many recount. He says, I've been complaining about Dumso for many weeks prior to the Akosombo incident. Check my Facebook post. I have enormous respect for Dr. Theo Champong, but please, he should not be one to rationalize this. He should let the politicians come and explain what exactly is going on. What explanation do you have for people like Mr. Boesiako?
Yeah, I mean, thanks to those who have worked on the Gridco situation to bring back Akosombo on stream. But something I've been grieving about that situation since last week when it happened. And my position really is that it never should have happened. It never should have happened. You have a switch yard, a control room that was built alongside the Akosombo Dam in the 60s. We've done some maintenance on it. We have actually retrofitted all the turbines in Akosombo. We didn't pay attention to the switch yard. They actually carried the load to our homes, and make sure that it's fit for purpose, it's properly maintained. And beyond even the routine maintenance that you do, the safety, the care for that infrastructure must be paramount, all right? These are essentially cables with some few switch gears and insulations that need to be replaced time and again to make sure that it is robust. But beyond that, recognizing that it's a 1960 infrastructure, you need to deepen your safety drills. You need to make sure that you anticipate fire, you anticipate any risk that could endanger that infrastructure. And that anticipation helps you to put in the necessary mechanism to ensure that it never happens. So, for example, if you look at the new substations that have been built by MCC in Pokuase and in Kaswa, they have all the modern safety measures, thermal cameras, automatic shutdown systems, heat sensors. All of this helps you to detect fire on time and be able to deal with it. There are modern systems like automatic fire extinguishers that you can embed in the panels to make sure that as soon as there is any fire, it explodes to douse the fire. So these things, if you are a manager, if you are running such an entity as vast as Greco, you need to have those risk antennas on to be able to address, any of these fire problems. And I don't see how anybody sat down without copying the templates of the new substations that we have to be able to install them in this old system, which rather needs more safety measures. And we waited and had none of those things. And I tell you what, if you put per diems in those agencies together, it will fix those problems so easily. They are not multi-million-dollar investments you need. Those sensors are not the most expensive you need. This is a switchyard that sits next to Akosombo. And goodness, somebody is waiting for Ghana Fire Service when there's a fire outbreak. That is not seriousness. When all you need is a pump with basic automated sprinklers to douse fire when it comes. And all of a sudden we have forgotten that people have been negligent and they have been incompetent at their job. And we are just praising and ignoring the core issues that is going to cost us multi-million dollars to put together this infrastructure in a hurried way that actually opens up another procurement, a situation for people to just take advantage of the situation. So we need to really look at how people get negligent. Accountability is so defective in the energy sector. And I've been complaining, with Greco and VRA and all the agency, there is no doubt that there is capacity in those institutions, but they are simply not accountable. And that is my difficulty. When there is no accountability, basic things don't get done. And when they don't get done, they cost all of us billions of dollars. And the average citizen doesn't even know about it. Look at this Kumasi situation. We tried to preempt that situation 3-4 years back when we said, and we told Greco engineers, that you are stamping political decisions that will come back to hurt the entire power system in the medium to long term. What was the problem? Kumasi had recurrent power outages and low voltage issues because the voltages were low. And we said, what you need to do is to prioritize your solutions and take the quickest route to making sure that the voltages are stable in Kumasi.
Okay, now hold on for me. Dr. John Jinapo joins us, thankfully. We want to hear from him, and perhaps you guys may have some questions for him as well. JJ, thanks for joining us. Hello, John. I understand that JJ is not on yet. We've lost him, but let's try and re-establish contact with him. But hi, JJ. If you are on, please unmute your mic.
I have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I suppose, at least for once last night, you were able to sleep, right?
Thank you, Subset. No, the last 2 nights. Because the truth is that, irrespective of how strong you are, when you have 1,000 megawatts immediately knocked off the grid, and it's also threatening Pong, because Pong depends on Akosombo, you cannot sleep. That's the truth. And we had to work around the clock.
Right.
Now that we've stabilized the system.
Explain what you mean by mission accomplished.
So what happened is that as we speak now, we have enough capacity to meet demand. The mission was to restore the turbines as soon as possible. Indeed, when I visited immediately after the incident, the initial thought was that we needed 6 months because a section believed that we should put the control room back in place before we start injecting power into the grid. Another group thought that they could, especially Frank and Kenzo and Co. They mentioned a certain professor and said if they use his theory, they can connect power directly to the switchyard and feed it to XCC in Tema. And that is what we sought to do. So once we've been able to restore all 6 turbines, that was the mission.
What was going through your mind when your engineers had told you that you needed some 6 weeks or so to fix this?
6 months. 6 months.
6 months. 6 months.
Yes, initially.
Yes. What was going through your mind?
I was very, very devastated when I got initial briefing. But when the team sat around the clock and they came up with an alternative and indicated that they could finish it in 1 week, I was a bit tense. But they've proven that they can do it. I'm very grateful. The next step, as Ben and Co have been talking about, is to look at an ultra-modern control center. Something that was built in 1964. Even though we did some upgrades 10 years ago during my time, the honest truth is that we need to look for money and put up a new ultra-modern control center.
Yeah, the president's suggestion was that this could be a blessing in disguise. It brings attention to fix the problem permanently.
Well, like I said, this was not expected, I must be frank with you. And none of us thought that would have such a major incident. Sometimes you have a bit of a fire incident and it's controlled immediately. It does happen. But to completely lose your control center or control room that evacuates more than 1,000 megawatts, the Akosombo dam has never been shut down completely since it was constructed. This is the first time. And so President has directed that we immediately bring a proposal to Cabinet for consideration, and we'll look for the money wherever we ought to get that money and put up an ultra-modern control center that can withstand all the shocks and unexpected incidents.
Right. So your point is that this particular, control center was not fit for purpose.
No, that's not what I said. I'm saying that this control center was built in 1964. 10 years ago, we did some upgrades. But now with this incident, we ought to put together a new control center. Others said we should refurbish this one. But we've decided that we'll pull it down completely and build a new one, which has all the modern equipment and gadgets as far as we are concerned.
Right, so nobody expects a fire disaster. Like Dr. Theo Champon said, that's kind of the unknown, and as you also said, this was not expected. So why are heads rolling in the area? Why are people suffering their jobs because of what has happened?
Not a single head has rolled. Nobody has been dismissed. Nobody has been sacked. What I have asked as minister is that the chief executive and the host watch this happen. In his own interest, to allow for fairness, he should step aside or take a leave, so that after the investigations, then we'll be seized with the facts. And I think that is even better for him. And if you look at my letter, it stated categorically that without prejudice, we would have directed that he should step aside and take his leave and allow that 2-week investigation. When the report comes out, nobody would even accuse him that he attempted to influence the investigation. So I think that for fairness, to ensure that the report is acceptable by everybody, he should take his leave and step aside. It's good for him and it's good for all of us.
I get you. I don't intend for us to dwell on this, but it's important to treat this issue because I don't understand. My understanding is that there would have been some suspicion of some involvement or some wrongdoing. Otherwise, why is he supposed to step aside? I don't get the point.
Like I said, it's to ensure fairness. There's been a lot of speculation, and something you heard it. And even Ben says that some people's per diem should have been used to do A, B, C, D. And so from day one, I think that's proper that I took that decision. And as minister, given the circumstance, I think that is the best decision every minister should take. Let the investigation complete, because the investigation is the most important element now. When the results come out and it turns out that everybody is clean, there is no culpability, we'll move on. If there's culpability, we'll deal with that situation the way it ought to be dealt with. But given the circumstance, the decision taken, I think that is a good decision.
So the thing is that the investigation potentially could say that, you know, the VRA boss was negligent, there was something he was supposed to do, he didn't do, or those who are directly responsible for that station ought to have done something they didn't do, then you can move forward from there, correct?
At this juncture, everything is possible, Samson.
All right.
Unless I get the full investigation, as minister, I do not want to draw conclusions.
Okay.
But let's have an impartial investigation. Let the head step aside so that no one is accused of obstruction. When we get the investigation, all of us will deal with it.
Yeah, and easy lies the head that wears the crown. Now that you have some relief, having had this fix, what are you looking up to? Because the problem predated that. It only worsened it.
Yes, the key problem, and I've sent you the data, and when you look at the 2024 data as against 2025, there's a remarkable improvement. This is data. This is not opinion. These are facts. And I've sent it to you. You can look at 2024 and then that of 2025. In 2024, every single month there was load shed. And I've sent you the record. It's not 1 week, it's not 2 weeks, it's not 3 weeks. Every single month. And I've sent you the data for 2025. And you can see month on month on month on month, zero load shed. We are not completely done with the reforms. And I'm one person who would quickly admit, somebody sent a message that this particular area, he keeps getting outages. Is that not the case?
Yes.
So that means that area has a localized problem. And as far back as 2024, I've sent you the information. The ECG MD conceded that a lot of the transformers were either overloaded, they were obsolete, and they were tripping. This is not me. It's not me saying it. So when we inherited of it, we roll out a program to work on these transformers. It takes a bit of time. We keep updating and we keep putting out the schedule. So for somebody like that, when we replace his or her transformer, he would see stable supply of power. And so it's a whole value chain, like Ben said. First of all, you have to deal with the generation. Dealing with the generation stability has also to do with fuel, which we've largely and successfully done. The other one has to do with the money itself in terms of the financial stability. And if you look at the cash waterfall, today IPPs are receiving 100%. It used to be 42%, and the record is there. Now we are the last mile, which is the distribution sector itself. In Accra alone, Ben will testify, those who are in the sector will testify. We've replaced about 4 transformers at the primary substations, because that is where you carry the bulk of the load and then redistribute. Now we are dealing with the individual transformers, about 33,000 transformers, some of which are either overloaded, obsolete, and so they are not able to carry the load. It takes a bit of time. And so I appeal to Ghanaians for a bit of patience. We are doing a crash program. We've taken 3 months to deal with this situation, and I'm sure that given what we are doing, isolated cases like this will be dealt with.
I was confirming to Richmond Roxon last week that when he was on this show, that the transformer in my area, it keeps tripping because it's an overload one. And they keep coming back to try and tweak it somehow. And one day there was some fire and somehow we got saved. So we still have some power there. So...
But is your area stable as we speak?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay.
So
that means that we've changed that transformer.
No, it's not being changed. It's not being changed.
Okay, we will change that transformer because what we are doing is changing the transformers and putting high capacity transformers.
Right.
So your area will be dealt with in the coming weeks.
Okay. One of our viewers, Mark, sending us a message from the USA, makes an intervention, and I think I should bring that to your attention. He says that how can a control room built in the 1960s in Akosombo still be in use without a new building built over 62 years? he thinks that some people should be fired for lack of foresight, not about asking them to step aside.
He has a point, but it's also the matter of the financial health of the sector. A sector that we inherited with 80 billion cedis debt. Something you need some time to address that. And based on the data I sent you, if you check 2023, 2024, at a point, Gridco was receiving 0 from the cash waterfall. Today, we are giving them about 90%. And so when you restore them to their financial health and make sure they get what they ought to get, then you can put that pressure on them and set those KPIs for them. As I speak, we've ordered fire tenders dedicated for energy installation. And I can send you the bill of lading. But you have to go through procurement, you have to go through all kinds of... So I share in what he says. He has a valid point. But as minister, I'm determined that we leave this sector in a better form and a better shape than we inherited. And that is what we are committed to.
So, is the Ghanaian who is watching, who is listening to us now, and I can tell you there are millions who are watching this show this morning. Some will watch it at night when it is repeated, both home and abroad. Some are listening on radio. Very many people. What can you tell them? Is the problem really over?
The major problem we faced, and you witnessed it, it was pervasive, everybody witnessed it. When you lose more than 1,000 megawatts, it means that you are knocking off 25% of your generation. It will be very widespread, everybody will feel it. That problem, we have dealt with it. We have stability. In fact, yesterday, we exported power. But that is not the end of the story. And so I want to assure Ghanaians that my vision as a minister is to ensure that we have a very stable supply of power and that every home, including your home, where you used to have these challenges, the localized problems are dealt with. Moreover, I want to approach this whole issue with honesty and integrity. Where we have challenges, we would admit it, we would tell the people of Ghana and move on to address those challenges. But finally, we will not be bogged down by complaints. Yes, we inherited challenges. This is why we voted into power. Our duty is to resolve those challenges head on and make this sector a better sector. And when you look at the financial assumption, you look at the generation, you look at the fuel issues, you look at the supply, you look at the IPPs, there's been tremendous improvement. This is an unfortunate incident. We never saw it coming. We took responsibility. We've addressed it. We've resolved it. We have to move to the next level and consolidate the gains that we've made and make this sector a better sector for the people of Ghana.
To you now, how do you think they would take your words when you had told them that their problem had been fixed, and yet for a long time they have been complaining the situation has been terrible?
I didn't get your question well.
How do you want people in Kumasi to take your assurances after you had told them long ago that the problem had been fixed and it really was not?
I don't remember telling the people of Kumasi that their problem has been fully fixed. I went to Kumasi and commissioned the AXA plant. I went there and commissioned a new bulk supply point. And I told them we have 4 new or existing programs that we intend rolling out. This week, we are changing the transformer at the primary supply point at Ridge. I'm being specific. This week, we are going to start a new project where we will connect some new lines. In June, we would bring on the Senate plant. When we do these 3 programs and then wind it up with the transformer replacement exercise, because like I told you, a lot of the transformers are overloaded, we will see a relatively stable supply of power. And I've given the timeline, I've published it. So we are at it, and we'll keep working at it to ensure that the problem we inherited, particularly with Kumasi, we deal with that problem.
Okay, now before you take leave of us, listen to yourself and tell me if this is exactly what you are doing.
1 month of load shedding is more than enough. This is not sporadic. This is continuous. This is persistent. And we think that the handlers of the power sector should do the onerous thing by informing the people of Ghana so they can plan ahead of time. This deliberate fixation on denial and deceiving the people of Ghana can no longer hold. We therefore call on President Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia, and this government to do the needful by telling the people of Ghana the truth. When we shed load, in any case, what is Dumzo? The lights go on, they go off, they go on, they go off. That is the technical definition of Dumzo. So if for 3 months you keep our lights on and off consistently in the night, I leave that definition for Ghanaians because you want consistent, reliable, uninterrupted supply of power. It's not your duty to maintain transformers. Your duty is to pay your electricity bills. And you pay because you have prepaid meters. It's the duty of the ECG and the power sector players to provide that power. You're not interested in excuses. It's still the same. Whether it's fuel or overloaded transformers, your lights are going up. But I'm putting it on record that having worked in that sector and with the knowledge I have in that sector, it is not because of overloaded transformers. It is because they don't have money to buy fuel. There's a generation deficit, and more importantly, there's a misapplication of even the little revenues they collect.
Yes.
Very happy that you played this tape. When they were engaged in load shedding, they told us that they were not engaged in load shedding. And I've just sent you the load shedding schedule for 2024. For 12 continuous months, there was load shedding. We had power interruption for 1 week, less than 1 week. I held a press conference, took responsibility, told the people the truth, directed ECG to publish a schedule so that whoever will be affected would know and plan for that. That is responsible leadership. And that's exactly what I was talking about. So there's no contradiction at all.
You said the problem was not overloaded transformers. We shouldn't believe them for that. It was about
yes, because
buying
the PURC,
but you
not
now
me.
are telling us you are replacing in excess of 3,000 transformers because of overload.
Yes. I sent you the link. When they were doing load shedding and they told us it was just transformers, the PURC came out, not Jinapo, at that time to say that ECG was being dishonest. And so I was just rehashing what the PURC said. And today I sent you the data. You can see the data. Month on month on month on month, no load shedding. Is the difference? The facts are clear. And facts are facts. Facts are sacrosanct. You told me that in your particular area, your transformer is overloaded. I'm not saying it. You told me. And that we should change your transformer for you. So if you attest to this fact that your transformer is overloaded and we should change it, and I assure you that in the next few days we'll change it, I think that is honest.
At the time the MPP were telling us about overloaded transformers, my transformer was suffering the same problem. You said we shouldn't listen to them. It wasn't the truth.
Because the facts spoke to the ground that they were shedding load. And I've given you the information. I've given you the data. If I didn't give you data, then you will have a ground to question. But I've given you data for 2025, the whole year, month on month. And I've given you data for 2024, month on month. And I'm saying that the PURC and the Workers' Union of ECG themselves, I've sent you the link, came and said it's not true. You can talk to the workers of ECG today. You can talk to PURC today. Whether what we are telling you is true or not. And we are not just saying it, something. We publish the transformers in Tamale, Target, Josanayili, 80 transformers with pictures, with areas. We publish it on our website. In Accra, Lashibi, when we changed the transformer, you saw it. Nungua, when we changed the transformer at the Bog supply point, you saw it. So it's not just rhetoric.
And this became overloaded. This became overloaded only yesterday.
No, I told you that's what we inherited. Yesterday.
So if you inherited that, it means they were telling you the truth when they said there was issue with overloaded transformers.
And I'm telling you that at that time there was load shedding as well. So So don't put it solely on transformers. I don't know if you get the distinguishing point. If you are shedding load, be honest with the people. Like we had that problem last week. We told you we have a generation deficit. And because we have a generation deficit, you are going to see that kind of problem we had.
All right.
But when you are shedding load and you blame it solely on transformers, we will disagree with you because we have people there. Look, today, as I superintend over this sector, it's not everybody at VRA or Gridco who is NDC. And so when I peddle falsehood and say that we are not shedding load, like I'm talking about yesterday, some of them will leak the information. And in this instance, PURC and the workers officially came out and said that the problem is not just about transformer overload and that they were shedding load. So the situation is crystal clear. It's about honesty, about integrity, and telling the people the truth.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. We wish you the very best as you are looking forward to bringing us a permanent solution going forward. Gentlemen, anybody has any question for John?
Multimedia.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, this week we are going to publish all the areas that we are going to change the transformer. Individually, specifically, I would plead with you that you help us so that we can educate the people of Ghana, put out the information, so that all of us see for ourselves what we are doing on the ground.
You can count on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kofi has a question for you, if you can take his question.
It's not a question. John, thank you for your work. And please, I think you should take the opportunity to showcase the team that worked on the Akosombo project. As a nation, we need to celebrate our wins. We need to see who our heroes are. Not all our heroes are politicians. So I beg you, maybe when they visit the presidency, put it on air. We want to see some of those absolutely fine young men and women who fixed this problem. We are really proud of them. So please do it for us.
Great.
Thank you for your suggestion. Thank you.
Okay.
Abel, will you do it?
I will do it. I will. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John. Ben, I was with you earlier. Having listened to John, what do you have to say in the next 3 minutes? I hear Professor Bokping, and then I come onto the table.
This case for some of the interventions that are happening. But of course, as I indicated earlier, there are instances where we had generation shortfalls. And when we do, we should let the public know that this particular day we didn't meet demand, and therefore we had to shed load, so that we don't blame everything on transformers. Yes, transformers are being changed, and I'm happy that they are publishing locations and where the transformers are being changed. And that is helpful. But let us also be very transparent around generation capacity, fuel supply shortfalls when they happen, so that we can actually trust what is happening holistically in the system. On the payment side, I agree. A lot has happened. The IPPs are happy. We're not hearing the threats that we usually do, but still the cost on the consumer is extremely high, to the extent that the entire gas supply is almost borne by the Ministry of Finance, and that is our money, being used to buy fuel when indeed the sector has got to pay for it. So we will continue to have these problems until we fix the last problem along the distribution, generation, and transmission. But we need people to pay attention. As I indicated, what happened in Akosombo shouldn't have happened, because recognizing that those are, old establishments, you need to put in place the necessary safety measures to make sure it doesn't happen. The building may be old, but it doesn't mean that all the panels, the switches are from the 1960s. They keep changing them. All right. All we needed was to make sure that the safety protocols were up to the modern standard. The safety protocols were responsive to be able to address fire. And that did not exist, and that is my worry. It did not exist. And there may be many of such problems across the power system. And for me, that is what an intervention to look into the matter should be focusing on. How do we make sure that across the entire value chain, we're not going to be seeing some of these negligence that would explode into financial losses in the short to medium term.
All right. Professor Bakri.
Thompson, thank you very much. As always, politicians have a way of getting around the issues with their explanations. The only thing left is the average consumer to also say, oh, I'm relieved. For the next 5-10 years, I don't have to worry about where I'm relocating to and all of that, and businesses and stuff like that. So we are not proactive, and it's lack of leadership. So if you see many of the things that we are talking about here, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 10 years ago, it's not like it is completely different. So we are just reacting to the situations because we are not planning adequately, because we are not showing leadership adequately. And when the crisis manifests like this, remember that in crisis moments, some politicians monetize it, make money through procurement and all of that. So yes, I mean, it is good for that optics, but I'm just hoping, and I'm hoping that maybe the minister will be quite clear on when we are exiting this completely. I know they've published something, and we need that assurance so that if we see, I mean, in the next 3, 4, 5 months on Newsfile, this shouldn't be an agenda item. This shouldn't be an agenda. If it doesn't happen, then the minister himself should resign. Okay, it's not just VRA's boss who should resign and all of that. I think we have been taken for granted for far too long. They will come, even where you play their own voices back to them, they find a way to explain it away. Okay, never to admit any wrongdoing anywhere. We are talking about things that were built in the 60s, but these two main political parties have had a chance to govern this country in the last 32 years. They've had a chance. Okay, and each one of them will tell you that, oh, they inherited a worse situation. They inherited a worse situation. From who? And the average taxpayer and consumer is burdened through PRC tariffs. We keep paying for inefficiencies. Keep paying for inefficiencies. Anytime issues come, is the taxpayer, is the consumer who must come to the table and bail out. The average Ghanaian has no breathing space. It's either water that is not flowing, your road network that is very bad, electricity, school system that is very bad, our environment that is polluted, water bodies. Fuels. So tell me, what are we looking up to? Where is the leadership? What have we done? What legacy have we left for Ghana?
So somebody is looking us in the face and telling us Galamsey is about 80% plus resolved. And I'm like, really? Which part of the head did you drop from? Really?
Something. This is the issue. Which aspect of our society, our lives, are we really solving comprehensively? That when you go to bed, you can wake up with confidence that this is a country where I am paying taxes, I'm dying for this country. Where? Our educational system, our health, our environment, water bodies, food system. Tell me which one?
Prof, this one that we are talking about, we want to buy it. We have the money, we want to buy. And the government can do this business and do it well.
Good crowd, we saw the
The two main political parties, they have failed us. They should apologize to Ghanaians. Look at our road network. It's as though we are not paying taxes. Look at water. Look at education. Look at the quality of our education. Go to the secondary schools and see the boarding system.
Is now hell.
Look at our educational system. Look at our health system. Look at the queues in the hospitals. Everywhere. 69 years after independence that we are in charge. We should feel sorry for ourselves. This is embarrassing.
I can feel you.
Ghanaian deserves more than this.
I can understand you, Prof. And I've sat here and often I've told people, look, I want to check out. And they tell me, imagine if we were not talking, what would the situation look like? So don't give up just yet.
Sometimes you don't know what to talk about again. Which subjects? Should we revise the slides? There's no motivation to revise the slides. It's the same thing. It's like level leadership. Solve the issue.
We will soon get to the Bank of Ghana matter. Now, Kofi.
Yeah.
Yes, having heard Jinapor and having heard from Asa Benboache and also the obviously frustrated Professor Bokping.
Yeah. Prof, take heart. Take heart. And I will take a different tone. All right? I'll take a different tone. And people must understand something. Our job, and when I speak about our job, I mean we who hold governments to account, is not to be praise singers. And Prof is a fellow of Imani. Theo here is a fellow of Imani. And so we always sound negative. But I'm going to take a different tone because, look, we have to take our wins. There are times when you see everything that is wrong. And there are a few times there's a ray of sunshine. You need to appreciate that. And why I'm saying this, and if there's time, I'll go to the other issues, but I want to focus on this. Listen, when Akosombo blew up, there was a fire, okay? It is not about the age of the thing. The White House is 100 and something years old. There are 1,000-year-old buildings here, but they are always in good shape. Fire is always an accident. And in terms of, the fog of war, which we are quoting, this is a known unknown. Yeah. It's not an unknown unknown. You don't know when the fire will come, but you know it will come. So every good system prepares for it.
You know it may come or it will come.
Oh, you see, you prepare because you know. It's not like it may or may not come. It's like the fire alarm.
I understood him when he said unknown, not rather known unknown.
Okay, let's not spend the time on that one. But what I mean is that you prepare for it. So my problem really, and I'm doing this and I'll go to the positive side, is that, and by the way, I followed what was going on because it's very important to me. I understand when the fire happened, they couldn't find a fire extinguisher in Akosombo also. And they had to go to another place to get it. Whoever is in charge of that should be fired. Okay, so those are the problems. But listen.
That is inexcusable.
Totally
inexcusable.
And please,
if that happens,
you are in government, so correct me if I'm wrong. Speak to it. If you don't know, say you don't know. But speak to it because that's the information I got, that they couldn't find a fire extinguisher there. Now, let me leave that.
I can't believe that is possible within...
So I'm saying I am waiting to hear if it is so. Now, the engineer said it would take 6 months to fix that problem. That whole thing went out. Okay? Akosombo was built how many years ago? All right? But listen, my information is that the engineers that worked on that problem were 40 years and under. Young men. At the time they were born, that thing was already there. Listen, we didn't go for some expatriate white man to come here and come and solve the problem. We didn't hear anybody come and say that this is a very complex situation and give us long excuses and then pay somebody to spend $1 million and then let the boys do the work. Our engineers got down, they did the work. In 2 weeks, they put back Akosombo online. That is world-class engineering. And look, we have been in this country before. Lesser problems have killed us. I remember the stories that were being told around Dunso. When people like Ben and some of us who were not even, engineers were saying this and that and that and that. But look, we need to take the win that when there is the right leadership, what I mean is they don't step in your way. Listen, in another time, you would have heard somebody say, hold on, wait. We need to go and bring some experts from somewhere. And they won't let the boys do the work. They'll go and bring some white man and let the boys end up doing the work and pay the person $1 million, pass over and go and collect it. Nothing happened. The whole team was made of Ghanaians. They fixed the problem in record time. Nobody believed that could be done.
I can imagine you can't stop celebrating.
No, wait, I haven't finished. Guys, let us learn that if the leaders allow us, we can do the job. So to that extent, anytime you have a complex problem, note that, look, I hear one of the guys is called Ashong, one of the team leaders. I want to mention him. And I hear another guy is called Clement. All right? Thank you. Thank you I'm so proud. We fixed that problem by ourselves, and we didn't need a white man to do it. They can talk about the rest of the issues.
Kofi. Dennis, you were going into certain details, but has John Jinapor showed you the way in such a way that you don't need to do that anymore, especially for someone who doesn't want to look at this matter from a political partisan lens?
So, I know I'm worried. I'm even much more worried with the manner in which he refused to plainly admit the obvious. These are in words and in video. You can't speak your way around it.
You leave the audience to judge.
Yeah, so
the audience know that he made an admission, even though he didn't seem to actually say it.
Yeah, so my commentary is on the back of that. And that is what, because I almost believed him. You know, the demeanor in which he delivers and everything. I really almost trusted that he was going to do something extraordinary for us until he failed to do what he needed to do. Admit and say never again. So now I'm here thinking, which of his words should I take? That tomorrow he may not come back and say otherwise. Even the Kumasi one. Samson, even the Kumasi one. I have the story here. 25th March 2025 is here. We've dealt with Dumso in Ashanti region, John Jinapo. He says, as far as I am concerned, we've comprehensively dealt with this because we've powered a new bulk supply point, which is about 3 times the capacity of the old one, Jinapo announced.
He doesn't say he didn't say so. He's only saying he didn't say that it was fully
What's the meaning
resolved.
of comprehensively?
Comprehensively is not the same as fully.
No, it is. In fact, comprehensively is even stronger than fully. Comprehensively is even stronger than fully. Comprehensively means that you've looked at every aspect of it without leaving any gap. You gave them this assurance. In fact, you even gave them another assurance in August 2025 when you said that the entire country has been resolved. But let me even go into where I am worried, and I'll give you the data. January 2025, immediately the government was sworn in. He wasn't then the minister yet, but at least he's been ranking for a very long time.
Then he's the commentary tracker.
The first announcement he made was that this country is on a red alert and that we had only 5 hours of supply of gas or fuel for our power plants.
Yeah, that's true.
No, please. I'm not saying it's all true.
That's a fear and panic.
Yes. Immediately he said that. Immediately he said that.
Yeah.
Immediately he said that. It generated conversation. And you remember what happened? Then everybody was how come we had power? All of a sudden, you are announcing this to us. But I'll quickly go to the history. Between 2013 and 2016, we had the mother of oil and power crisis, which brought the name Dumso into this country. 2017, in fact, on 21st December 2016, after the NDC had lost power, the Gridco CEO then, under the NDC, wrote a letter to the ECG MD then to prepare a load shedding timetable for 2017 January. So indeed, when the MPP government took office in 2017, there was a load shedding that ran all the way to August 2017. Go and check.
I have never believed that Dumso was not resolved before Mahama left.
No, go and check. I'm giving you data. Me, I've told you I don't like people to...
You are saying data. You are not giving it to me.
Oh, no. So you can easily verify because it's here. I'll give it to you. But the Gridco CEO wrote, indeed, even in 2017, the Dumso ran all the way to somewhere August until the country found the money, which has always been the issue. The major part of the issue, money to pay the over $2.1 billion debt that was sitting in the energy sector, where the IPPs then were threatening that if you don't pay us, we don't even have money to buy fuel to power plants. Eventually, what happened was that, like Honorable Janjinapo was saying, the people don't care what the issues are, whether it is money, whether it's transmission, whether it's ECG. He said it. They don't care. All they care is that there was power. Now, think about this. Immediately, the same NDC government left office in 2016. There was another government that for 8 years, whatever the issues were, transformers were weak, base stations were not there, bulk supply, whatever the issues were, they kept power on for at least 7 years. At least 7 years out of the 8 years. We had issues in 2024. Indeed, in 2024, it was obvious that it was a money problem at the time. Nobody denied that. It was obvious that it was a money problem at the time. And for 8 weeks in 2024, there was massive energy challenges in 2024. That is admitted. But if immediately after you come to office, after the 8-year period of we having relatively stable power, out of your 16 months, You have given us 7 months of energy crisis. We have a reason to be worried.
No, but then
please, I beg you, that's true. And I'm coming to that. That is a fact. Please, that's a fact. That's a fact. It is not true. It's a lie. It's a lie. Listen to me, something. And this is why I have a problem with the minister.
7 months?
Yes, I'll give you the data. Relax. This is why I have a problem with the minister. In this country, nobody needs education on doom so. If there is anything every Ghanaian, even a 7-year-old knows properly defined, it's doom so. So don't come and give.
But the Ghanaian has also been told that there is doom CAC.
They don't need. That's why they didn't accept it. Which Ghanaian never accepted doom CAC? Have you heard us talk about it? We never accepted it. We did it. We know the definition for doom so without doubt. We don't need a minister to come and tell us that I have data to show you what is doom so. We know it. And that is why in the past 2 months, everybody in this country went on a red alert, knowing clearly that we are in the same situation. And I'll give you what I mean by 7 months. See, January when the announcement was done, we went back and forth. Then in February to March 2025, the crisis deepened. February 2025, Nana Moesi, the IES Executive Director, actually told us that if we don't deal with it and deal with it decisively, we would have the doomsday running all the way in 2025 till end of the year. It is here. It was reported on your portal. Now, we realized that the government needed to raise some money, almost about $75 million, and give to NGAS, which the government could not raise the money, for which reason we had the issues. That is what led to this government, the finance ministry, coming up with the doomsday levy. When was doomsday levy passed? June 2025. If you are telling me that what I am telling you about the crisis in 2025 was a lie, are you telling me that that's a June 2025? There were no crises in this country. There were. The reports are there. That is why you introduce the 1 cedi per liter to be able to deal with the matter. And I will even give you further details. In August 2025, that was when it was announced to us. In fact, on July 8, 2025, John Jinapor announced that Italian gas supplier Eni would temporarily shut off some gas so that there will be some, issues. People said they didn't believe him. They said, no, you are lying. It is part of the same problem we have. I said, no. I am explaining to you why you are going to have your power switched off. But remember, John himself has already defined what doomsday is. He says, doomsday is when your light goes off, comes on, goes off. It doesn't matter whether it is transmission, transformer, gas shut down, it doesn't matter. So long as your light is going off and going on, it is what? It is doomsday. And this was on July 8th. In fact, it ran from July 8th to 13th, 2025. Then there was a formal declaration. That is where I need you to bring his mind to. On August 21st, 2025, speaking at the Atuabo gas processing plant in Lemele district, Western region, Jinapor made the formal and explicit declaration that the crisis has been resolved. This is what is, and I quote him, upon assuming office, I inherited a challenging power sector situation. Gridco's records for 2024 revealed persistent pattern of load shedding, which he said this morning, culminating into a significant shortfall of over 700 megawatts in December 2024. Several months now, we have maintained stable power, and I tell you today that there is no more load shedding. That is John Jinapor. Clearly, if you sit here today and tell me that there was no energy crisis in 2025 and it wasn't 7 months, even the 7 months I have been charitable. Because the time he was doing this formal declaration, we were in August 2025. Remember, the doomsday levy came in June 2025 to address the same challenge. This year, at least, if not for anything, since February till today, we have energy crisis. Since February to today, we have energy crisis. Let's discount both years. Let's give 5 months in 2025 and forget the August.
What is a crisis?
No, hold on. The crisis is like you wake up in the morning, your light goes off 3-4 times in a day. You don't know when it is coming up. You don't know when.
I haven't had that since February.
Oh, then lucky.
That's why I'm asking. What is
then lucky you? Then lucky you. Because even the ECG MD himself has said that this thing that the minister is saying is over is going to continue for another 6 months or so. Listen, I have the info. It's not here. I'm not the one saying it. The ECG MD himself has said that what we are experiencing, we should keep in mind that is likely to run for another 6 months.
If it had been a crisis, do you think Ghanaians would have waited until 2 weeks ago or so to begin shouting all over the place about how they are losing things in their fridge. And
nobody waited until. You see, the thing is it's not about waiting until. It is about how much you're able to endure. So the endurance is what you should be talking about. Because if my light goes off for 1 week, I may not necessarily have a reason to complain.
No, as for Dumso, if it goes off consistently for a number of days, you don't even have to wait for a week.
So the noise is likely
there will be a natural response, reaction.
The noise is even likely to heighten the more you go forward. The more you go forward, the noise is even likely to heighten. The point here is this, Samson. You and I know that Akosombo being fixed yesterday it doesn't change anything from what we've been experiencing. That is the fact. What we need to understand from the minister are these. One, you had a prognosis to the energy sector before you became minister. Fortunately, we have a minister who was a ranking member on energy and had absolute deep understanding of the sector. You told us what Dumso was. You went ahead to define what you believe are the issues that is affecting our energy sector. And this morning, he has even itemized some of them. What we need are these. What is the situation with ECG? We know that about 30% of the power that we are even generating is just going out in waste. And we have to find money from elsewhere to pay. He said, and the minister said when he was in opposition, that in 100 days, he will make ECG efficient. It's been 16 to 17 months. What is the situation with ECG? Are we still losing 30%? If we are, then don't tell us you've resolved. You've done nothing. Because the true problem in the energy sector, as you yourself said,
it's work in progress, as you say.
No, but where are we? Because the level at which we are would give us the comfort as to whether we should take your word as being resolved or not. Number two, you came to tell us that we should contribute some money towards giving us stable power. So date, since we started contributing that money from somewhere June or July, we haven't had stable power. So the question we are asking is, how much have we received in that Dumso tax? What has that Dumso tax what has it been utilized for? The items for which the Dumso tax have been utilized, do they go towards resolving and making our energy sector stable?
But you have been aware that the debts that were sitting there have largely been cleared, all of those things. They've done quite a great job with that.
So you know what? When we came to office in 2017, there was $2.1 billion debts left by the NDC. We paid all. And please.
You didn't. I have the figure. You left.
Okay, Dennis, I move on now, and I need to take a break.
When I listen, you see, don't cut me. Let me learn. When I say we paid all, it doesn't mean that there was no debt accumulation. Listen.
I don't want to.
No, Dennis. It doesn't mean that. No. It's no fact. The fact is that we paid your $2.1 billion debt. It doesn't mean that there was no debt accumulation. Even today, as you are paying
don't
debt.
Say he wasn't in government.
No, but he's in government today.
He's acting as a technical advisor.
No, let me land what he didn't. Even today.
He's a technocrat.
Even today, no, he's in government now. He's a political. He's on a green letterhead. Technocrats are on civil service white letterhead. He's on a green letterhead. Even today, as we speak, they are paying debt with the Dumso tax. We are still accumulating debt. It doesn't mean that they haven't paid off the 3.1 billion debt that they came to meet, but they've still accumulated debt. So that's the point I'm making. Now, when we have this information from the minister, and we put it side by side by the final point I'm making, transformer installation, then we'll be able to make sense out of what he's saying. Because as I sit here, only God knows, I am probably the only person in this country that doesn't want to take that excuse of transformer change. Because Samson, transformer is only a step down. Transformers are localized. There are about 26,000 transformers in Ghana. You are installing, according to you, 3,000 transformers that MPP government bought and you came to meet. That's what you are installing today, 3,000 of them. How, in the name of God, should 3,000 transformer installation cause the kind of crisis we've seen since February? In any case, transformers are connected to a certain number of houses. Even in the same locality, there can be 4 or 5 transformers. In fact, you can have 2 houses facing each other on different transformers. So if you are installing 3,000 transformers, some said 3,000 transformers, there is no way that my home in Latte should suffer Dumso when there is no transformer change in sight. I am getting light off at 1 a.m. and you are telling me you are changing a transformer. Transformers don't connect to each other. They speak to only the homes that they are supplying. And so that transformer conversation is the most dishonest, disrespectful excuse that any government can ever give to a people. So I beg the minister, whilst he is praising himself and using Akosombo as a cover and as a mask,
Dennis,
to tell us that we should be assured
Dennis, thank you.
that the Doomsor crisis has been resolved.
Thank you.
I only remind him that he told us the issue has been resolved in March 2025. He told us the issue has been resolved in August 2025. And he's telling us again the issue has been resolved in April 2026. We want the power to be stable. That's what we care about.
Quickly, then we take a break and return to the BOG 15.6 billion. And as we understand, others suggest the amount is far in excess of that amount.
So there are a number of issues Dennis has raised, and I want to, if I have time, kind of digest them and put things in the right context. I think let's start with the transformer issue, right? Because that's where he ended up on. You can go to Ghana Web, there's a news article. Title says that transformer overloads cost of localized power cuts. And this is from ECGMD Dubik Mahama at the time. I can also mention Daily Graphic article from March 29, 2021. Gridco in discussion with ECG over Doomsor timetable from April to July. This is 2021. I can also go to 2021 again. This is from City Newsroom. The 2021 Doomsor crisis, what we know so far. The point I'm basically trying to make is that these issues have been with us for a bit, right? And they need to be systematically addressed. So when we try to make the point as though for the 7 years that they were in power, there was no single issue with electricity outages, it is not true. And in fact, when you even go and you dig deeper into the root causes, when we had the Doomsor challenges in 2013 to 2016, and we implemented the Energy Sector Recovery Program, the first one, as a result of which ESLA, cash waterfall, and all of that came in place. At some point, the monies were being collected, and it was not being distributed to the people that needed to be paid too. You can go and look at there's a report on the cash waterfall from 2023. October.
That's when we had over a dozen accounts, eh?
Yes, you had all of that. But if you go even into that cash waterfall report, and you could see, right, the money was being collected. The likes of Gridco should have gotten almost 8.52% of what was collected, right, given to them. So they were expecting at that time 15 million Ghana cedis. Not a single cedi was given to Gridco at the time, right? And you can go on and go on and go on to the point that we now even have had an energy sector recovery program, a version 2 of that, right? So what I'm basically trying to say, it's a bit disingenuous when, and I'm not the type to do all these politics things.
You are a politician now. You're a politician now.
I'm not a politician.
So you're on the green side.
I'm not on the green side. But what I'm trying to say is, from a technical perspective, the issues in the sector, we've all been...
The minister is clear. We want power. Whether it's technical, whether... That's what the minister is the one in charge. You're not the one in charge.
In the sector, you say 2.1 billion. In 2024, when you were leaving, the debt overhang in the sector was almost 2.8.
So pay and give the people power.
Billion.
So
this
pay and give them power.
Cash water for energy sector recovery.
Because you left 2.1 and we paid.
We said we would do. As we speak currently,
pay and give them power.
To less than $1.5 billion.
Give them power.
And there's a 4-year roadmap on the electricity side to actually clear all the debt right within the sector. The IPP debt has been renegotiated. There's been some savings on that. There's new power plants that are coming right on stream. It was announced in the budget, 1,200 megawatts. That power plant is going to be one of the cheapest power plants that we have in the country, less than 8 cents a kilowatt hour, so that you can actually get competitive power and push that to the people that need be, households, industries that need to be able to to be able to produce. And
there's something I don't understand. Have we used up and exceeded the excess capacity
we don't have.
We never had
any
excess.
We never had.
No. There was. Kofi,
it was on paper.
No. So there was.
Did we have a strategic reserve?
Yes, you have. There are plants. There are plants that were coming on stream.
Coming on.
Wait.
Okay.
That were built. So remember that you use what you call, not to be too technical, there's a merit order. Right?
Yeah, I know.
A schedule that you use to dispatch power based on the least cost and all of that.
Yes.
At some point, you've had in excess of about 5,000 megawatts of actual capacity, right?
Which could have been fired and put on stream.
Be fired and put
at some
on
point.
stream at some point and all of that. But you would never need all of them.
I get it, yeah.
Right? So you pay for some of those capacity charges, and then when you need them, you bring them. Right?
Do we have that now?
So what you have now, and then what you actually need, you almost have used up all of those.
No, so we are using more than 5,000?
No, you're not using.
Yeah, so if we had the capacity for 5,000, do we have capacity for 5,000?
There's ongoing maintenance on some of the plants. There's additional work which is being done to expand capacity for the likes of Senate, which is in Takoradi.
You see,
right?
Samson's question was, do we have excess? You are a technical person.
You do not
we have never really had excess.
We've had excess at some point in the past.
Strategic reserve?
What you need now, with your demand growing at 6-7% every year, it means you have to be adding every year around 300 to about 400 megawatts of capacity to the grid every year.
Okay, so your answer, you haven't convinced me, but your answer to me is that we used to have excess, now we don't have excess. Is that what you're saying?
So you used to have excess in the past. Now what you call as excess, because of the additional maintenance that is taking
Communicate to Samson. Me, I know what you're saying, but I'm not buying.
Not you, but I'm communicating to Ghanaians.
So now we don't have excess.
So what you need to do now is you add more capacity, because that excess that you have is just not there.
So we don't have excess.
You need to add more.
So we don't have
Hence why 1,200 is coming on board. Hence why you have some new renewable energies that have been
That's
committed.
a good thing, yes.
We'll go into
in excess of...
We'll go into the basket of 30% losses, which you're supposed to fix in 100 days.
I'm coming. No.
You made the promise. What is no?
On that specific issue,
you know, within the
transaction advice,
within the previous regime,
but you said you do 100 days.
Dr. Chapo, within the previous regime, we kept hearing humongous amounts being paid for excess capacity that were not used. We're told some 12 million or so was being paid. How much was being paid each month?
Yes.
So that's what I want to understand.
So many of them have been renegotiated.
Okay.
But Ben even led the renegotiation on those IPP projects. The savings on that has been about $250 million, right, on those savings. As we speak, those renegotiated PPAs are currently in Parliament when they come back for them to be passed, and then that becomes, the new agreements, right?
So they are working, they are delivering energy.
A lot of work has been done and is being done, and more needs to be done. The bigger one that has to be done, Kofi and the team and Ghanaians, really is on the distribution end. The ECG issues.
That's it. That is a 30-year problem we've been talking about.
And all the things that need to be done around that. But you create the impression as though, nothing is being done.
Okay.
But what is being done? You don't tell us what you're doing.
I've always shown you what is being done. And even things that goes back.
You tell us it's transformer.
The time you were there 7 years ago, you say,
I need to take a break.
No, we did it. We did it like we are seeing now.
But
what we are seeing now is characteristics of your party.
I have just shown you a statement from 2023, 2021.
We know doom so. We know power lights. We know doom so. We know power lights.
A way of understanding why.
We know power lights out.
Understanding why in 2021 we paid over 12 billion Ghana cedis for excess capacity. In 2020, we're told that we had paid $500 million or so for excess capacity. Now I'm hearing we have to increase our capacity, and I'm not quite getting this.
So he's trying to let him explain it.
We'll take a break here. We'll be right back to go to the Bank of Ghana.
Okay.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Mommy, good morning.
Oh, good morning, my son. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Mom. How about you?
I'm fine.
Joe, I just saw your mom doing her usual morning routine. Like, it was just 2 weeks she underwent a major colon surgery.
Bro, see, my mom is doing perfectly fine, and we're all excited about it. It was minimally invasive surgery, and the recovery has been very fast.
Minimally? Hey! No, wait. What do you mean by that?
So they offered my mom a laparoscopic colon surgery.
Laparoscopic
colon surgery, which we accepted. It turned out it was equally safe with a very fast recovery time, and the cost involved too was very, very reasonable. She was discharged 3 days after the surgery, and you can see her, she's on her feet again.
3 days?
Just 3 days, bro.
Mean Tuber Hospital, First Ghana Colorectal Center, aim to serve a peculiar health need.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, who be here, Semecha Sapapadia to Amame Manfo, Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is so by, a maniswing, Nesansu Mama Hotoso, a will beg you.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Did you know that Ghana's Children's Act Section 91 clearly says,
"No person shall engage a child in exploitative labor."
That means children must not be made to do work that deprives them of their education, health, or development.
Hazardous work?
That is not allowed. Working in stone quarries, carrying heavy loads as kayaye, hawking on busy streets in the scorching sun, being used as domestic servants in homes, or diving into dangerous waters to untangle nets, rowing canoes for hours under the hot sun, and working all day without food or rest.
Yet, too many of our children are trafficked from towns and villages across Ghana to the shores of the Volta Lake, trapped in fishing boats, robbed of their childhood, and exposed to danger every single day.
Human trafficking means the recruitment, transportation, harboring, or trading of persons within and across national borders for purposes of exploitation.
I want to go to school, but now I only work.
This is child trafficking.
It is a crime.
It is against the law, and it must stop now.
Parents, guardians, community leaders, protect our children.
Report suspicious movement of children and do not give your child away to strangers promising jobs.
Together, let's end child trafficking now.
This message is brought to you by the International Justice Mission with support from the National Commission for Civic Education.
Another week is here.
on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees. Our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
Did you know that laser can be used to help diagnose and treat your glaucoma?
You can have modern cataract surgery like those done in Europe and America right here at the St. Thomas Eye Hospital. You can have modern phaco cataract surgery, retina detachment surgery, macular hole, and all kinds of laser surgeries done right here in Ghana. TMC or SUSU. But it's just to tell you, St. Thomas Eye Hospital provides total eye care for you and your family in a serene environment with world-class equipment.
Visit St. Thomas Eye Hospital Surgical Center at Mathaheko or their Oxford Street branch.
I say, anywhere way, Yentong. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
Hello CEOs, Ghana's foremost business platform marks 10 years of leadership impact. Join the 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo on Thursday, 28th May 2026 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Kempinski Hotel Accra. The summit is themed accelerating Ghana's economic transformation, driving bold reforms through leadership, technology, and industrialization. Tagline, from vision to action. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will attend as special guest of honor and officially launch the CEO Government Compact 2026. Highlights include presidential CEO dialogue, masterclasses, panels, brand expo, CEO profiles, networking, and the Ghana CEO Excellence Gala. Register now at GhanaCEOSummit.com. Call 054-639-1970 or email info@GhanaCEOSummit.com. Powered by CEO Network Ghana in partnership with Deloitte, PwC, EY, GIPC, SIGA, University of Ghana, Media General, and the Multimedia Group. The 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo, a decade of leadership impact. T&C supply.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here. For now. Yay. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11? What?
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
You're welcome back. And the discussion has already started, off air, and how I wish that was on air. So now joining us, some substitution has been done. Professor Bokwing is still with us. Dr. Gideon Boako joins us, and Prince Owusu Ansah, a chartered accountant and tax practitioner, also joins us. But as you know, this program is brought to you by the kindest sponsorship of Bank of Africa, as strong as a group and close as a partner, MTN, everywhere you go, Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa, Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years, My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks, it's strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold board jewelry, precious, pure, precious, and proudly Ghanaian. Talking about gold board, the matter we are going to talk about, they are part of the problem. But there was some news, very, very refreshing news, that the gold board, before PMMC, they had about 114 staff or so strength, and this new regime came, increased the staff strength to 420 or 50, and yet they have spent far less than when the institution had 114 employees only. I don't know how they did that magic. And I tried to find out, and some of the information I'm getting, reckless spending, taking up people's bills, going, making travels, paying per diems for fleets, whole entourage, all of that ate a lot into their finances. When good is done, it ought to be said that it's good. In the same way that when it bleeds, it leads. Dennis Hector says, just like Dr. Bokwing, this is the problem. The two political parties are the problem. And that's the tangent Dennis is on. Politicians talk too much, but do zero. The more I hear people like Dennis, the more I get upset. Yes, maybe we should all pack bag and baggage and leave this country for them. Dennis, we won't go anywhere. This is our country, right? We have to do what has to be done to keep it, running. This one says that, according to your Joy News reporter, before the fire outbreak in Akosombo, our energy sector had a deficit power generation of about 1,200 kilowatts. Reason why there was doomsday, and the cause of this is financial than technical. The Akosombo fire worsened the situation, so full restoration now would not mean doomsday is over, because we still have the original 1,200 kilowatts generation deficit still in place, and we need money to fix it. Doomsday not over. Chairman Sasa in Takrade. Chairman Sasa in Takrade talking about doomsday. But Nana Kojo in Takwa says, I am in Takwa, and seriously, I haven't experienced this doomsday thing they are talking about. It's not a national thing. All right, thank you for also bringing in that. And, someone says that VRA's control room was not gutted. It has all the safety equipment. So it has to be clarified that the control room that we are talking about is that of Gridco and not VRA. I'm sure somebody may have slipped, but we are sure that we are talking about Gridco and not, as it were, that other place. Thank you very much for your messages. Now let's go to the Bank of Ghana. Manche Bruce, also in Takrade. Today, the Takrade people, I say, what's going on? It says the NDC promised a reset, yet when held to their own standards or marking schemes, they keep mentioning the MPP. Get to work and stop the lamentations. We shall continue to work with John Jinapor's definition of Dumso. Amazing convictions. Manche Bruce, thank you for your message. Nana Ekuyamwa, I was actually ending here, but Nana Ekuyamwa Boateng Ablekuma Central says it's interesting that the very thing John Jinapor said while in opposition are the same issues they are witnessing now, yet they are offering the same explanations they previously rejected. Okay, so people are just wondering what is happening to these people. Okay, right. We will now go to the Bank of Ghana. I think it's fitting to begin with Professor Texan, who just joins us. And then from him, we go to Prof. Bokwing, the two of them, to tell us what exactly is going on, because I don't understand. Some say it's a loss. Some say, but my law that I read, the Bank of Ghana Act, they are not a profit-making institution. But should they be making losses? Okay, so what's going on? Good morning, Prof. Yeah.
Listen, listeners, so let me first start by saying that I'm not here to communicate for the central bank. I'm here in my personal capacity as an academician, and also partly because I'm an external member of the NPC, so I don't want to be on record as speaking for the central bank. I just need to make that clear. Yes, so I'll start by saying that the central bank and its monetary policy mandate is a public good. And like building roads, where we incur a huge cost and we don't toll the roads, any monetary policy that the central bank does, the objective analysis of that policy is whether it met its mandate or not. Of course, every economic policy comes at a cost, and therefore, we would not expect the central bank over the years when the crisis started in 2022 to be successful at its mandate without incurring any cost. And so, over the years, especially as when I joined the MPC at the height of the crisis in 2022, the policy decisions that we've made was to try as much as possible to bring down inflation. Because don't forget that inflation is one economic indicator that you need to manage, otherwise your economy will be in crisis. And at the height of the issues that we had in 2022, we realized in December 2022, inflation hit 54%. And therefore, there was a need for policy to try as much as possible to use all the tools that we had then as a committee to try to address these issues. One of it was to take out the liquidity that was in the system. And that liquidity had to be taken out to the banking system. And therefore, what we needed was to try as much as possible to make sure that if there's going to be any inflation that was even coming from food prices and the supply side, the inflation that was going to come from the demand side was under the absolute control of the central bank. And it was the central bank's mandate for the central bank to administer those tools to get out the liquidity. And so if you look at the central bank's balance sheets and its income statement from 2022, you see an increase in the interest cost. Don't forget that when the Bog bills are sold to take away the liquidity, the interest payments that are made is closely related to the monetary policy rate. And when we are fighting inflation at 54%, we're using the policy rates to influence the inflation expectations. So the policy rate itself was going up, and therefore the interest cost was going to be high in trying to mop up the liquidity. And it was clear in our mind that this is the way we needed to go. But it was going to take time. So if we see cumulatively over the years up to now, the central bank has had to mop up that liquidity through the sterilization that has gone on. So if you look at the cost components and the issues, it is also quite clear and quite significant on the cost side. Now, in 2023, the government also thought that the central bank had to be more innovative and try to see how best we could even build our reserves with gold. I mean, once gold is doing well, when gold is not doing well, Ghana is complaining. When gold is doing well and the prices are increasing, there's nothing that stops the central bank for holding part of reserves in gold. I mean, because then it is also possible for you to turn it into liquid forex if you want to and you need it. So the government started a domestic gold purchase program that started in 2023. And cumulatively, the gold has been built up over time. Now, the gold purchase program at a point in time was also turned into a gold for oil program to see how best we could use cedis, right? Collect cedis from the BDCs through bust, get the cedis to buy gold, and then transform the gold through sort of barter system into oil. So that alone sent a signal effect to the market that the BDCs were no longer coming to an option to look for dollars. The cedis were, and that affected the speculators in the market. So you saw that we began to see some relative depreciation better than we had in 2022. And we've seen the depreciation from 20-something% to 19% in 2024. All as a result of the policies that the central bank was trying to do respective to the sterilization and then the gold for reserves. But these were always coming at a cost. And I remember 2 years ago when this negative equity came, some of us maintained that, look, let us look at the central bank as a public good and look more at what it was able to do by sending inflation up above 50% to almost 20-something%. And that was remarkable in just 1 year. And so this gold purchase program has continued. Now, the game changer over the year, and especially in 2025, whose financial statement we are analyzing, was the significant appreciation of the currency that we saw, almost 40%, 41%. That was corrective. It was not intended because if your currency depreciates over 3 years, about 70%, and you want to stabilize it, it has to appreciate so that the volatilities would revert towards the mean. And that's exactly what we saw in 2025. But that delivered the stability that we wanted. One, the pass-through inflation minimized, so it became easier for the Monetary Policy Committee to advance its tools to bring down inflation and at the same time bring down the policy rate because we wanted also, we are concerned about growth and wanted, if the inflation was declining, to reduce the policy rate. That in itself also reduced the interest cost on the sterilization that was going on, right? But then it was going to come at a cost, definitely. Now, the gold board transitioned from the, precious mineral company, also came up with its own dynamics. Now, if you look at the data that is reported for our exports of gold to the UAE and what they report there, because in terms of trade, when you are reporting the trade figures, the origin will report how much he exports and the destination will tell you how much he receives. If there's a huge gap, then something is going on. If you notice what has gone on, there was a lot of smuggling that was taking place. So if PMMC was buying gold from the market to support the central bank in this building of gold for reserves and gold for oil, what it meant was that there was the need to reduce the smuggling. So the gold board intervention was to see how best you could stop that smuggling. And the way to stop the smuggling is to make sure that you give the ASM gold owners, those who have it, who otherwise have smuggled it, a less incentive to smuggle. And the less incentive to smuggle is to take the cost of smuggling and look at the margin between what was being bought here and what they get out in the UAE and reduce the margin so that when you reduce that margin, then you're able to attract the gold. What it does to us is that that gold would have smuggled out to the UAE would not have come in as forex receipts to Ghana. But we are able to get it back for intermediation and also for the central bank to build its reserves. So what the gold board reforms is doing is that we are buying gold that used to be smuggled out, brought back into the system in terms of forex, made available to the banks for them to intermediate, and then also for part of it when the gold is bought for the central bank to build up its reserves. And you've seen an aggressive building up of that reserves. So the pricing where the gold board offers the forex bureau rate, and the forex bureau rate is not a power rate. The power rate is what we call the black market. The forex bureau rate is the rate at which individuals can go to obtain forex, and the banks also do the same. But when you...
How different is that from the Bloomberg rate, is it?
The forex bureau rate is different from the Bloomberg rate.
Okay, because I thought that the gold...
It's interbank. The Bloomberg is normally the interbank.
That Bloomberg.
Yeah, it's normally the interbank stuff, but then the forex bureau rate is a market rate that when you go to a forex bureau.
Okay.
And if you don't give those, you buy the gold from that rate, and they can get it higher, why would they give the gold to you? So you buy it at that rate, but when a central bank is recording the receipt of that gold, it has to be at the official Bank of Ghana. So at the initial stages, there's a loss.
Right.
Right. And because the currency was...
Because if you are buying at, say, 12, the Bank of Ghana rate will be around 10-ish.
Yeah, so the 2 is lost instantly at the beginning. Now, what it does for you is look at the benefit of what you are doing. And we need to look beyond what is happening now for what is going to happen.
So it's not unexpected, it's actually anticipated.
It is anticipated.
You know that you are going to make this loss.
Yeah, it is anticipated. It is anticipated. But you have to look at the
loss.
bigger...
Why will you make that loss? That's where
you make the loss for the bigger picture of the potential benefit that was going to come out of that.
Which is
the stability of the city that we formed. Look, when the IMF projected Ghana's currency for 2015 was almost going to be at 16 cedis, it meant that our expenditure on interest income, external debt, interest at 16 cedis was going to be huge relative to the 10 cedis that we actually ended up with. So that is the normal savings that we've done. So we should look at this gold board transmission of getting us the gold to build the reserves, to flood onto the market to ensure that there's enough forex to bring down the exchange rate as a cost on its own. Look, we did a study on that. And the potential benefit of that is more than 18 times the cost that we are talking about.
More than 18
times. I mean, the cost that we are talking about. And we
numbers.
The numbers, you can read the report. The report was out there. We threw the report out there. It was an academic work that we did. Nobody commissioned us to do. But I watched a program with you, Sami Jefi, what is his name? Bright Simmons. And I said to myself, why are you discussing only the cost, direct cost? I mean, there are huge economic benefits. And so I sat down with my PhD student and we wrote that paper, purely academic work, to show that let's look at the huge benefits of some of these interventions, because economic policy has to be measured by the impact on the economy, rather than the cost that we incur in doing that. And so that is the study that we did. And so we need to situate all of these. But you see, the central bank, I always say that it's like the fire service. They don't cause the fire, but they have to go and quench the fire. And their performance in quenching the fire is what we judge them by. Reducing price stability, the central bank doesn't cause inflation. But it has to go and reduce the inflation. Central bank doesn't export goods and services. So if our balance of payment is not in good shape, they have to advance policy to make sure that we get in good shape.
In 2022, as we understand, the loss was about 60 billion.
Yes.
That's the highest.
Yes.
Then we understood that the purpose was for stabilization.
Precisely, because when we did when Ghana went through the domestic, the debt restructuring, there was a gap that had to be filled before the fund was going to come.
Right.
And so the central bank had to take that bite to make sure that the economy could go onto a reform package to stabilize the economy.
And by, is it 2024, we had managed to bring that down to about 9 billion.
Yes.
So the expectation has been that, correct me if I'm wrong, of course I'm seeking answers, that it would rather have reduced, not go to 15 billion, which is actually being challenged.
So you see, the issue that we need to take a look at that, when we are doing, you see, at that time, the Ghanaian economy was managing a crisis. Now, when you manage a crisis, you need to transition to where now you begin to build the stability. And when you build a stability over time, then you build the resilience. So that external shocks, when they come in now, you can at least take on the shocks and not transmit it to the economy. Now, at that time, the city was still depreciating. Don't forget that anytime the city depreciates, it transfers instantly to our domestic debt.
That's right.
I mean, the external part of it. And it balloons the debt. Part of the reason why our debt became unsustainable was the huge depreciations that was ballooning our city debt. It became unsustainable. So the idea was that as much as we were bringing down inflation and the interest cost and everything was coming down, we needed to stabilize the currency. It was very important because the inflation of over 70% that are taking place over 3 years had to be corrected. And the correction would require that there's enough that is being done on the forex market in terms of intermediation and some intervention by the central bank. Because don't forget that under a managed floating regime, a central bank is supposed to intervene. There's nothing wrong with it. Because when there are high volatilities, you need to tone down the volatility because it transmits to inflation in the economy and other things as well. So the intermediation that was taking place was as a result of that. That was going to come at a cost. But I'm saying something, that go and check the stability of the cedi, the appreciation that we got of almost 41%, the enormous benefit that it brought to this Ghanaian economy, apart from a low inflation that is delivered.
So, Prof. Bokwin, coming here quickly for me after some 13 minutes from your good friend, once again, I'm lost. The Bank of Ghana is seeking to do what you call the common and greater good. Whilst it is getting the cedi to appreciate, it is making a loss.
Stabilize, not to appreciate.
Right.
Stabilize. But
you're right.
Appreciation will come out of that.
It is making a loss. It is not benefiting from sort of the appreciation that it is getting for all of us to enjoy. Please explain that to me.
It is a public good.
Listen, good morning once again. Interesting. This is not surprising. I think this discussion has been elevated because of also the posture of the central bank and also politicians in how we communicate, who takes credit, who takes blame, and all of that. That is why all these things seems to have been elevated. And also because of, when I talk about the posture of the central bank, you remember, let me start off this way. You remember somewhere December last year when the IMF report indicated that Bank of Ghana was booking losses on this domestic. You remember the statement Bank of Ghana issued?
Yeah.
You remember what Gold Board also said?
Yeah.
You remember at the beginning of the year when the discussion was that Bank of Ghana was intervening in the market on the cedi side. You remember what Bank of Ghana said they were not doing that. You remember the president came to say they were doing that and that now they were stopping and all of that. And all of that. So it's about the transparency, the honesty, the communication, and all of this. Because look, it's not lost on us, something that in restoring macroeconomic stability, it will come at a cost. It is not lost on us. It comes at a price. And something. The crisis we went through that Prof. Texan spoke about, we are still paying the price of restoring stability. We are still paying the price. We are not done yet. We are not done yet. But something, I want to look at it from this perspective. You know, when you design a strategy to resolve a crisis and manage it, you are looking also about the cost of doing so. Are there alternatives? The least cost approach and all of that. And then also the pace. Should we do it over a 2 to 3 year period? Is that okay? Where the cost will be more manageable and it helps to carry the market along, or we do it aggressively over 12 months because politicians want quick results. And that is coming at a higher cost. And I'll tell you a number of reasons here. Permit me. In 2025, something. Under the original IMF program, we sought out to achieve inflation of around 8% plus or minus 2. That's the medium-term target. In the 2025 budget, the government-owned target for inflation was 11.6% or so. This is what we set out under our macroeconomic framework, and then you design the strategy to achieve them. Clearly, inflation was a big issue, Inflation was a big issue. How do you bring it down? So inflation comes about because aggregate demand exceeds aggregate supply. As a country, we chose that the most effective way to bring this inflation down was to focus more on the demand side. Okay? Eliminate demand-related inflationary pressures. And I will explain this. And the strategy to do so, mop up excess liquidity, increase the realization, and then we saw the aggressive strengthening of the currency and all of that. So if you look at what we have done, meanwhile, the problem of our inflation largely is a supply issue. A supply-limited economy like ours, where largely the productive capacity of our economy is severely restricted, we chose not to go the way of the supply approach because that would take a long time and politicians don't have that patience. So we focus on the low-hanging fruit. And the low-hanging fruit was going to load the cost of restoring the stability on the books of Bank of Ghana. And that was essentially what we did also in 2022. Okay, and that is what we've seen going here. So there's no innovation here, essentially. We are just sacrificing the balance sheet of the central bank. And if you look at the equity position, that has worsened from 58.6 billion to 93.8 billion. We are talking about an absorption of about 35.2 billion, not the 15 billion mentioned, right? Because you need to look at it overall. But what is the real issue here? We sought out to achieve an inflation of 11.6 or so. Our medium-term inflation target is 8% with a symmetrical rate of 2%. We did all these aggressive interventions at a higher cost, and we ended up with an inflation of 5.4%. Remember what the target for the year was, and remember what the medium-term target was. So if you were going to do it aggressively like this, it was going to come at a cost. And that is what we are seeing. So would it have been a bit more prudent to say that we are spacing it, right? Because here we are talking about inflation of 3.2% something in 2026, when the economy's productive capacity cannot support that very low inflation. And we are talking about the fact that inflation will return to its medium-term target of between 6% to 10%. Those are the issues. It's not only just the fiscal, the monetary side. Fiscal, look at what happened in 2025. We shrunk expenditure. So in 2025, the target that the government set was to do a primary balance of 1.5% of GDP. Do you know what they did by the end of the year? They did 2.6%. More than the target they set. All of this were done to make sure that the inflation comes down significantly. Okay? Complement that with the monetary side, mopping up excess liquidity. So we have done this so aggressively at a higher cost that we are now talking about. So now when you look at this cost on our books and you relate it to it, helps us to understand where we have come from and where we are, which will make us a bit more humble because it's at a greater cost to all of us. Then look at the interesting thing. Even now that inflation has come down much lower than we all said, target expected, and all of that, see where Bank of Ghana's policy rate is, still 14%. And look at the gap between the 14% where the policy rate is, and look at inflation at 3.2%, even if you benchmark that against core inflation. So the issue is about the strategy and then also the pace. I think it's been too fast for the economy itself to absorb appropriately. Okay, and that is why today you see the market, you see dislocations in the market, misalignment in the rate. See where the policy rate is, see where the Ghana reference rate is, see where core inflation is, which is the benchmark of the central bank. So what I'm saying is that did we at the beginning of 2025, per our strategy, envisage that this is where exactly we're going to end, and then the cost are getting at that, and did we communicate this? Also, because this inflation of 5.4% December 2025, we didn't envisage that. This wasn't in the IMF, but this wasn't the target. Because the point is that you want to be mindful that you carry the market along a certain expectations. And if in a 12-month period, your currency strengthens, by 40.8%. You cannot call that one stability.
But Prof,
you are not pursuing stability.
But Prof, for
that one because the disruptions.
Regardless of the quote unquote artificiality of that kind of stability and how quick it is done, if it is sustainable, that's what we should be excited about, right?
Yeah, something. The question of sustainability comes in directly about the approach in arriving at that. If the approach had been about maybe enhancing, looking at it from the supply side, transformation the economy, structural issues, and the rest of them, something I can assure you, it would have taken us more than 2 years to arrive at this point. Okay, so it's been quite fast for the market. And it has come at a higher cost because if we had chosen maybe a more gradual approach, politicians don't have the patience. And we keep sacrificing the balance sheet of the central bank. And I felt a bit uncomfortable when I heard the majority MPs also doing the press conference on behalf or trying to explain. Look, Bank of Ghana is an independent institution.
Right.
Let's respect that. We are doing too much politics with that as well, and all of that. And
okay,
the question is. Okay,
I'm coming, but on a lighter note, if you see me smiling, there are some people who are saying that Professor Bokpen's background is a distraction. it's a big distraction.
Only this somewhere in the Caribbean.
I can't wait for the legal vacation to come quick enough. Yes. So Kofi, I mean, briefly, you have some questions on your mind.
Yeah.
Let's hear you and get Gideon Boako to bring a different dimension. As far as he's concerned, the loss is far more than 15.6 billion.
Right. So these fantastic economists, including Prof. Bok, we are talking over our heads. All the nice, highfalutin economic language, we are not getting it. See, at the end of the day, the Bank of Ghana, they say it's not a profit-making institution. It is also not a loss-making institution. The Bank of Ghana has a job to stabilize the economy or take steps to stabilize the economy. Now, if we had the highest levels of competence, that stability can be done by tweaking certain things, production really within the economy, and we will not have to pay for it. Question, if you see, I'm looking at what your viewers are seeing, 25 something billion, and then under there you've written a loss of 15 billion. Did they make a loss or make a profit? This is a confusion that we are not getting. And let me also say this. If you make a loss to build a certain foundation, the value of it is what you build on it. You don't make these losses to build a foundation and then we don't do anything with it.
But the loss, as they explain, is like taking the bullet for the good of everybody else.
Well, that is what they seem to be telling us. Question, how much bullet can you take? 1. 2, is it sustainable? Let me explain. And again, there's so much economics in it, but I'll make it simple. Listen, governance is about making choices, decisions, usually stabilize today and make tomorrow better. You see the DDEP in the last government, it was terrible. People are still angry about it. But guess what? That is part of why this economy today is cooler. Because DDEP, hard as it was, took a lot of heat out of the system. So today is better. Now, we all hate DDEP, but that was a tough decision made yesterday to make today better, so today we can do certain things. They sold 18 tons of gold. Somebody had to build that gold. Now, question, if you are making losses in the billions today, are you kicking the can down the road so that tomorrow we'll get back and we'll be in mess again? If that's the situation, don't do it. So question, how much loss can you make? How much of it is justified? Okay, and whether it is sustainable and for how long? All right, you have a situation which worries me. By design, we are trading gold at a loss. And we are gold producers. And Prof just explained that you are doing it because you want to stop smuggling. There are always choices and options. Okay, somebody can say to stop smuggling, increase our security. Essentially what he explained, telling my mother, is that, oh, they are saying that if we don't give them plenty money, they will smuggle the gold. And if they smuggle the gold, I'm speaking to Auntie Nashka. Let me finish. I beg. Let me finish. Let me make my point. When you were speaking, I disagree with a lot, but so let me continue. Please. I am saying that. Let me finish.
I am from academia.
The inflation benefit.
Let me speak.
I don't want to go into technical.
I am from academia. And the reason why some of us shy from these programs is because of these political comments that people make when we come in with our expert advice and our comment. That's why most of you might call. No. This thing you said will go out there, it will be quoted. I said that. No. You shouldn't ascribe things that most people might interpret and go out there and then. I never said that. I told you that the reason why that offer was being given at the forex, there's nothing wrong if you do business at the forex rate. It is legal. It is how the central bank records those transactions in this book, which is a standard practice. That is bringing in the losses. And what I was saying was that if we are giving a forex bureau rate, it was because the guys would have gotten that rate if they smuggled it.
His point is that
I didn't say that we have to give them the money so that they stop the smuggling.
There is an alternative. Basically, bottom line, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, no, but the alternative is to improve the security.
That's analysis.
So the point that you are doing is that, no. The point that you are doing is that if you look at the margins are declining. What will happen is that what the government has to do is to increase the security at the ports of exit. Now, when you do that, then it becomes more expensive for you to smuggle, and that margin would go off. So let us look at solutions that are done, which is not long term, that is to control and then put in place policies to move it to the next level.
Okay, thank you.
The gravamen of what he said is simply this. They are mining gold and smuggling it. Because we want the gold in Ghana so that we will make profits, we are giving the gold miners and the smugglers some money so that they sell the gold to us.
The price at which they would have sold it to the others.
Precisely.
In other words, we are paying money to prevent smuggling. And I say and repeat to my mama, what they are saying is that instead of fixing the security problem to stop smuggling, they have chosen to pay money to the smugglers, and that is causing losses. My issue is this. There are benefits and costs to everything. How sustainable is this? How long are we going to do this? I sat here and said that galamsey has essentially been legalized. All right? We're not going to go back there. Okay? But you see what we are all hearing today. See, at the end of the day, I say governance is hard. Let me tell you something. Today, the economy is better. The city is okay. It's stable. There are tangible benefits to these things. But there is no point in that if tomorrow all of it is going to slip back and we are going to go back or even worse. And then all these losses are also on our books. All right? So look, my point is that give us a certain sense that you know what you're doing. Because I don't understand why you have to decide that you have a design for trading gold which makes losses. Okay? The governor says I should come and let him explain it to me. I've told him I'm ready to come. He says he's going to find me the time. So please, for the information of everybody, I've accepted that. I'm happy to go for him to explain it.
Beyond the rate issue, as we understand it, the gold is also sold raw. That's they call dory, right?
Yes.
It's sold raw. So the person they are going to sell to, beyond the exchange losses, they must still make a compensation to that person because it has to be refined, among other things.
Yes.
They must make all of that becomes part of the loss that we are talking about.
So we need to see a plan that transits us out of that. This can't be a permanent arrangement. And I'm not seeing that plan. Then I also need to see a situation where this stability, we will build on it so that we don't slip back. Because we keep going back and forth and back and forth. If we don't do that, then taking this loss now, there's no point. But I'm saying, look, the economy is better today. Governance is a continuum. This gold for oil, gold for reserve, whatever it is, you remember who brought it? Was Dr. Baumia. They criticized it, all right? At the end of the day, we are working. Let us all decide that this is the path we are going to go across governments. Look, I don't have a problem, okay, with using gold to stabilize our city. But I don't see the end to end. And my worry is we may end up slipping back. Maybe Dr. Boaku comes and he's happy with it and they know what they can do, for instance, if an MPP government comes in. But this whole idea that they have some magic that they have done and nobody can do it worries me. Economics is in books. We all study it. All right. And for me, what I see, I do understand it. What I am not sure about is what the future holds. And I need assurance about that. Otherwise, we are going to end up going back. And then all this loss will be for nothing.
Interesting. He's asked questions that Dr. Theo Champong will respond to. And the questions he asked include, has the BOG made a profit or loss? What should we...
What do we get?
What do we get
for these losses?
For the losses.
What's the benefit?
Okay. So what's the benefit to us in the end? Is this sustainable? These are substantial questions, significant questions that must be answered. Very relevant. Now, Dr. Gideon Boaku is joining us. He disputes. He says that do not buy the propaganda that the loss BOG made is only 15.63 billion Ghana cedis. It is more than that. Adding the loss in other comprehensive income of the 19.32 billion gives a total loss of 34.95 billion, almost 35 billion. This explains why the negative equity deteriorated from 58.62 billion. That's what you've been seeing in the slide that we have shown you in 2024 to 93.82 billion in 2025. Doc, help us understand where you are coming from. Why are you almost like alone in assessing what exactly the debt is? Doc, unmute your mic.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Perfectly.
Thanks so much, and good morning or good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio. I don't have a problem being alone if I'm on the path of righteousness, but that's just by the by. So I've listened to our colleagues on the matter, but there's a short history to what we are discussing today. We've been talking about losses by the central bank, and we all know that the central bank has a core mandate to ensure price stability and to make sure that our macros are doing very well. That may come with some cost. You have to look at how the cost is developed and whether or not it's important for us to incur such cost. And we've been talking about the 2022 crisis following COVID-19 and the clash between post-crisis stimulus packages and the subsequent surge in inflation that caused a lot of central banks to provide some stimulus packages and other interventions to remedy the situation. Ghana was not left out. We incurred a loss of about 60 billion cedis to the central bank at the time. If you look at other central banks, the Federal Reserve Bank of the US incurred a loss of about 192 billion. The Reserve Bank of Australia at the same time had about 36.7 billion Australian dollars loss. The Swiss National Bank, the same way. The Bank of England had about a huge loss, similar to the European Bank and all of that. So Ghana also incurred a loss, 60 billion at the time. The Bank of Ghana felt that there was the need to put in measures to stem the tide such that such losses do not continue to register in our books, and put in a lot of measures, the reverse of which I will discuss later, which has brought us to where we are. And you observe that if you look at the 60 billion loss that we're talking about, the reason why I have made the statement that this loss may be more than the 15.6 billion cedis that we're talking about is the fact that we are talking about 15.6 billion today and making reference to 2022, 60 billion cedis. But the accounting reporting method that was used to generate the 60 billion cedis loss in 2022 is not the same accounting reporting method that is being used today. And that is why I've said that if we are making comparison between today's 15.6 billion and the 2022 60 billion, then it's important to put the accounting reporting method into context. I remember last year when the new government came, they decided to use the IFRS and the International Accounting Reporting standards to treat other expenses that are not considered as profit or income, take them out of the profit and loss account. It's because I'm saying the IMF have some safeguard assessments that require that countries that have signed up for the program put all costs in the profit and loss accounts. But the International Accounting Reporting Standards and the IAS do not also treat it that way. They introduced the other comprehensive income. So from 2010 coming, we were using the IMF safeguard assessment accounting method to generate the losses or gains from the central bank. But from 2023, 2024, 2025, when the new government came, they decided to go strictly by the Bank of Ghana Act, which requires or recognizes the International Financial Reporting Standards and the IAS. And so we decided to treat some of these items, take them out of the profit and loss accounts and put them in other comprehensive income. So if you want to do as we did for 2022, for which we had 60 billion cedis, then it goes without saying that if you add the other comprehensive income loss, registered loss, in this financial report that has been provided by the central bank, then the loss will be higher than the 15.5 to about 34 billion. So that is the case. The other issue is that what are the measures that the Bank of Ghana put in place post-2022 and what were the results? So you will see that in 2023, the Bank of Ghana recorded an operating loss of 13.23 billion, lower than the 60 billion that had been reported in 2022. So it means that whatever measures the Bank of Ghana put in place, they were beginning to see results. In 2024, this reduced further from 13.23 billion to 9.4 billion, and that was roughly about an improvement of 3.7%. And even more notably is the fact that if you take valuation movements and other non-cash items as are included in the other comprehensive income, you will realize that there was an improvement of overall gain of 4.02 billion cedis in 2024. So in total, I should say that in 2024, the Bank of Ghana did not make a loss. The Bank of Ghana made a gain of 4 billion from 60 billion loss in 2022 to 13 billion to 9 billion. There was a gain in 2024. So you could see that whatever measures the Bank of Ghana put in place had begun yielding results. On top of that, you can also see that the negative equity had decreased from 65.34 billion to 58 billion cedis. So there was a sign of improvement. Inflation had eased from 54% to about 23%. Exchange rate depreciation has slowed. In fact, for the first half of 2023, the cedi never recorded a depreciation. There was exchange rate appreciation. So you can see that post-2022, the measures that were put in place by the central bank had begun yielding results. Our exchange rate position had improved. The depreciation has slowed from about 16 cedis to the dollar to around 14 cedis to the dollar. So the country was on the path.
I see Prof. Texing nodding to all the points you are making so far.
Yes. So the question that begs to be asked is what happened in 2025? Because everything shows that from 2024, the losses were reducing. There were improvements in the economy, there were gains, and all the macro indicators were pointing to the right direction. So in a non-crisis period, in a period post-crisis management where we have begun seeing gains, nobody expected the Bank of Ghana to make losses. That is why this loss is a concern to us. So in 2025, fast forward, we have seen a loss of 15.6 billion. That is coming from the operational loss alone, without including the loss in the other comprehensive income. And then this is worse. And we have seen that this is coming from the open market operations, sterilization. And some shall come to explain why this should not be allowed to happen. And there have been a lot of arguments adduced to suggest that, this is giving us stability. And therefore, there's no cause for worry. We have to accept it as it is.
The stability is a fact.
The stability, yes, there's some stability, but the cost of the stability is unacceptable. Because Samson, you don't need to incur huge losses before you can stabilize your economy. I have told you that from 2022, from a loss of 60 billion to more or less generally a gain of 4 billion in 2024, the Bank of Ghana did not incur losses to the value that we are seeing today. Again, 2017, 2018, 2019, there was massive economic improvement in this country. We had growth from 3.4% to average about 7% for 3 years continuous. We had about 24 months of single-digit inflation. We recorded the first primary balance surplus in 10 years in a decade. And all the indicators, agricultural growth, industry growth, there was absolute stability.
Yes, but that time you didn't have the problem we encountered that required this kind of intervention that came in 2022.
Yes, I'm coming. So for that period, there was stability, but we did not incur huge losses to the central bank. Fast forward to 2025. What is the crisis that we are facing today? We faced a crisis in 2020, 2022. Government have put in measures to mitigate the crisis such that we had begun seeing results. And I've given you the figures to indicate the results we're showing. In 2025, there was no crisis.
But containing the crisis or resolving the crisis did not take one bullet. And that's why this regime has continued and they needed to use this approach. You disagree?
Why is it that in containing the crisis in 2023, there was improvement without this huge loss? In containing the crisis in 2024, there was improvement without this huge loss. But only in 2025, when the effect of the crisis have subdued, we are seeing such a huge loss.
The effect of the crisis has subdued, you say. We did not see the stability we have seen.
What is the stability? I'm coming to that, Samson.
Okay.
I've heard people and spokesperson on the government side say that, for instance, they sold the 18 tons of gold in 20 to 25, latter part of 2025,
November,
to stabilize the economy. But let's ask ourselves, what kind of stabilization did that bring? Let's show the data. What was the inflation from the time that they sold the gold to January 2026? What was the difference? What was the difference in the gains in the exchange rate from the time they sold the gold to January 2026 or first quarter of 2026? We did not see much improvement. The gains had been made, you understand? So that sale cannot be attributed to stability. Then again, in your own file that you sent to us, I saw that there's a slide that says that the loss is attributable to three main issues: open market operations, the gold purchase program, and then the foreign exchange losses. Let's go into the Bank of Ghana's open market operations and whether or not they stabilize the economy or they plunge the Bank of Ghana into a near collapse. If you look at the Bank of Ghana's own statement that they put out, they have a page, a paragraph, and a table in page 7 or so that they talk about policy solvency. And Samson, listen to what the central bank says. The central bank says that policy solvency reflects the capacity of a central bank to finance the full cost of its monetary policy operations. Fast forward, it is measured as the difference between the operating income from core activities and the interest of sterilization instruments. So the central bank is saying that they measure their policy solvency by subtracting the cost of their open market operation, which is sterilization, from their income. So as you go to the table and see what the central bank has done to this country. If you go to the table, the policy solvency estimation table, it says that the income from operations was 22.2 billion. Out of that, cost of open market operations was 16.7 billion. What it tells you is that the central bank, had incurred 16.7 billion cedis in an attempt to what they describe as stabilizing the economy. Meanwhile, the income they made is 22.2 billion. And something embedded in this 22.2 billion is a 9.5 billion gold sales that is sold in September to December 2025. If you abstract that from the 22.2 billion, you are getting around 12 billion. If you subtract from the 16,
why should we take that away from?
I'm coming. because their operations had impaired the central bank so much so that if they had not sold the 18 tons of gold, okay, the central bank was going to be insolvent. Something that is the danger that we are seeing here.
Can that not be part of the larger plan that they had? So no. I'm doing XYZ, I'm selling these tons of gold, it will take care of me, I will not be insolvent. They've done it.
You see, the gold that we had in the vote was a treasured asset, okay? You fall on such things in serious times, force majeure, whatever you call it, in serious difficulties. Now you had mismanaged the system such that the bank was on its knees to collapse because you had paid so much in interest to commercial banks. And later, if you give me time, I'll prove to you why this exactly went to the commercial banks in the country.
You are saying that they should be hoarding the gold as reserve, but they are putting money to get the gold, and that can be part of their natural plan. So it's not that they were going to collapse from where they sit. This is a plan. It's smart.
So ask yourself, if this 18 tons of gold had not been accumulated by the previous government, where were they going to get reserves to shore up their income to be in insolvency? So what we are saying is that this thing that we are talking about, that we are saying is stabilizing the economy, rather had put the Bank of Ghana on its knees.
Hold on for a second. Just hold on for a second. You disagree that the sale of the gold shouldn't have happened?
A sale to consume.
Yes. You disagree.
So I'm listening to Gideon. And let's look at the central bank without political colors. I mean, that's why I'm coming.
I brought you for that quick intervention.
I'm going to answer that question because I need to put that in context. That we should stop looking at the central bank with a political lens. Whatever we are seeing now has been a cumulative effort that has taken place since 2022. And so the gold has been built upon from 2025 to more gold was bought. The reason why the gold had to be sold was the fact that the central bank reserves was overly concentrated in gold, of making up almost 40%, 42% of the reserves. And no country keeps its reserves in gold at that price, at that level, where you don't have control over the price of gold, the world market. So what do you do? When a gold is sold, it transfers it back into the reserves. Possibly the profit from that sale could have gone into their income statement, which is fine. But the value of that gold goes back into the reserves.
Okay.
So you just transform one asset to the other.
Okay.
If you make profit and you send it into your income statement, that's fine. I mean, so I'm not speaking for the central bank. If that's what they did and they got revenue from that, it's accepted. What is important to ask is that, did we need to keep gold at as high as 40% of our reserves?
Okay, now hold on. Tio wanted to say something quickly about that. Tio, you come for your substantive point. But what did you want to say about this one?
No, I think the point Prof is making, and that's a very important point, is the issue of policy solvency is not the same as negative equity, right? And it's very important we educate the public here in this regard. So Gideon, yes, rightly read what policy solvency means, that on a day-to-day basis, think of your house, right? Your money coming in and what you spend. If you have a positive small balance, right, then you are relatively okay. It doesn't mean that you may be, in terms of assets, you may even be worse off. That is the equity side of the equation, right? So if you think of it really strictly by the definition and even what the central bank has done, and you look at the numbers, right, compared to 2024, the net income less the OMO cost, the sterilization cost, is actually 5.5 billion. In 2024, that was 793,000. So actually the net income in relative terms is actually jumped up by almost like 6 times, right? Relative to the same position that it was in 2024. The issue of the gold, the net gain and all of that, it comes down to the portfolio choices that the bank makes and how it converts from one asset class to the other. So to be very clear, the bank is still policy solvent. And
but he asked a very important question,
important.
A critical
Don't
question.
sell your house to buy food.
That by that sale,
it wasn't food. He says, added it to the reserves. It's still part of the reserves.
He says,
no, you sell gold to consume.
No, it wasn't consumed.
He says, don't mislead. By that sale,
let's not mislead.
By that sale,
if you give me time, I'll explain.
Dr. Champon, he says, by that sale, you have done nothing to the stability or the stabilization you are talking about.
So let me come to that.
So in fact, if you had waited for just about a month or two later, you were going to make extreme more profit than selling it.
Let me make a point. You see, gold prices also respond to geopolitical risks that happen.
But there's a tragedy.
Let me speak. There's no tragedy in gold commodity prices.
2025, the indications were that you're not going to... Remember
the war that happened. When wars happen, people move into gold as a safe haven. Nobody saw Donald Trump going to and Israel going to Iran to go and bomb the place. So if you are speaking after the fact, that is fine. You can criticize, but at the point when the decision was being made, gold prices were not increasing. And therefore, what was done was just to transform the gold into the reserves. From the bullion into the forex. That's all that happened.
Gideon, you are speaking for some 14 minutes at the time I brought I saw the intervention from them. I need you to, in the next 3 minutes, get to your concluding point about this subject matter as to why should we be worried? Why should we not be celebratory?
Yeah, just a quick one. Before that, look, this explanation, I can imagine and understand the reactions coming from the studio. All of them do not hold. We had injected over $10 billion in gold purchases in 2025. That could not sustain us. We had borrowed through the open market operations over and above the policy rate, incurring huge losses that could not sustain the central bank. It had to take the sale of our treasure in the vote at the central bank to save us. The 22 billion income Theo is talking about. Theo should know that 22 billion income is inclusive of the 9.5 billion. If you take the 9.5 billion cedis from the 22.5 billion, the Bank of Ghana was naked. The Bank of Ghana was going to be policy insolvent. Please, that is the point. Now, on the substantive matter, why are we making the losses?
This is the thing.
Why are we making the losses? We are making the losses because of policy decisions by the central bank. In the first place, when the previous government observed that there was a need to stabilize, and therefore we had to control inflation, the government brought what they called the cash reserve ratio to the central bank. The cash reserve ratio simply said that if you are a commercial bank, you have to deposit a percentage of your savings or whatever deposits you have at the central bank. That deposit is at no cost to the central bank. And so the previous government introduced the dynamic cash reserve ratio, such that banks which had higher loan to deposit ratio were given lower cash reserve ratio. Those with lower loan to deposit ratio were given higher. Why did the bank do that? The bank did that because something, if you were a commercial bank and you have deposit of 100 cedis, the Bank of Ghana says that if you have higher loan to deposit ratio, bring only 10% to me, which is 10 cedis. I won't pay interest on it. The rest, if you decide to bring it to me for me to borrow, I'll pay interest on it. Then with the one that is not loaning to the private sector, I will increase your cash reserve ratio for you, such that if it is 50%, you bring 50 cedis to me, you have only 50 cedis to decide to in turn bring it to me to pay interest on that. This government came and eradicated that and said that I'm applying 10% across board to all banks. So the banks were holding huge deposits in their vaults. They were giving only 10% to Bank of Ghana without paying interest. Those ones were unremunerated. Now the rest of the 90% from DDEP payments and all of that, they were sending them to the Bank of Ghana at a higher OMO rate. That is why the cost of the sterilization is higher. Because if you look at the cost of sterilization in the previous government for 2024, it was just around 8 billion. This time around in 2025, it had increased to 16 billion, doubled, because the government relaxed the cash reserve ratio. Then again, banks hold cedis and foreign exchange. The cash reserve ratio also said that If you were a bank and you had huge deposit in cedis and you have dollars, we will let you convert your dollars into cedis and we will apply the cash reserve ratio to your cedis. So originally, the cash reserve ratio on your 100 cedis were giving the Bank of Ghana 10 cedis. The cash reserve ratio on your $100 at an exchange rate of 10-1 will give you 1,000, and Bank of Ghana will charge 10% of it, which is 100. That brings you to 110. So Bank of Ghana was mopping up excess liquidity from the system without paying interest on a portion of it. This government realized that and said that you only keep cash reserve ratio in the currency in which you have the deposit. What it means is that the banks will hold their dollars and then will come and loan their cedis to government, and government of Ghana will have to pay higher interest. Okay, so that is basically what happened. And when you do that, you are buying from the commercial bank at a higher interest rate when ordinarily you shouldn't have done that, because the previous government reduced inflation from 54 to 23% without paying so much on the omo market. And so just last one. If you want to see the translation, that is why I said that the Bank of Ghana booked the losses of the commercial banks, and the commercial banks booked the profit. Because if you go to my job online, there was a story that was published on 1st March 2026 that talks about the profits that banks made in the country for 2020. 15 billion cedis. If you look at the profits that were made by the commercial bank, 16 billion cedis.
Dr. Gideon Boako has been speaking for quite a bit now, and I'm taking a quick break before I come to Dr. Theo Champong. And remember that Prince Owusu Ansah, chartered accountant and chartered tax practitioner, is also standing by. They have to answer these questions to us. Gideon is saying, bottom line, the cost was avoidable. In fact, it is far more than 15 billion. You would have heard Kofi Bento say there could have been an alternative. Look at security approach to getting the same results as far as the gold purchase program is concerned. The question that must be answered that perhaps Kofi Bento didn't pay attention to will be, will there not be a cost to the security approach that Kofi Bento is talking about? If there will be a cost, what will that have been? This is Newsfile. We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, some more.
Me didn't tum. Mr. Friendly Calico, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Friendly once now. Hey, is that you? Improve car. Yeah. Captain was key to double the action. Maybe this Sasso spray. Mr. Friendly Sasso quell. Yeah, go to my Sasso.
Fiscal, come tom preko.
Hey, my children! Ah, miss you guys.
For every sacrifice,
Hey, darling.
Close your eyes, baby.
every silent prayer,
Thank you for being a wonderful morning.
Thank you.
I'm sure you love it.
she gave her all. Now it's your turn to give back something precious.
For everything you are and all things you do. Happy Mother's Day, love.
Oh, thank you.
This Mother's Day, celebrate her with something as precious as she is. Gold bought jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Guinean.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are your gums bleeding when you brush or floss? It may be time for a professional dental cleaning. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Bleeding gums are a sign of gum disease, and when you visit the dentist, your dental hygienist will examine your gums and bone health by completing a periodontal assessment. Using a periodontal probe, or a gum probe, the depth of the pockets are measured gently and precisely. We are checking for the space between the tooth and the gums, checking for bleeding gums, checking the recession, as well as to see if the teeth are mobile. So, have a discussion with your dental team on gum health and preventative measures against gum disease, and these discussions could be the first sign towards a healthier mouth.
Healthy smile.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. It's brought to you by Melcom, your number one shopping destination. Waylead, your trusted builder. Bethel Dental, the smile starts here. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in healthcare. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, happy smile. So Dr. Theo Champong, Prince Ansa standing by, and also the boss at the Gold Board, Sami Jemfi, is also joining us because this also concerns their institution in particular, and we'll give him some small time to speak to us. Yes, so Theo, questions are being asked. This was avoidable. You say that this was for stability, but when you did it, and that's a smart question that Gideon brings on. You did it, and it hasn't done any change to the stability, no impact. So it could have. You didn't have to do it. You didn't have to sell the gold.
I was going to ask Gideon one small question. He's my good friend. So if there's no impact, if he goes to buy petrol today at the pumps, how do we not make some of these interventions, right? Especially on the forex side, petrol would have been much higher at the pump, right?
I understand his point to say that you had achieved that already. So you didn't need to have sold that at that time when you could have waited a little bit.
But the sale was for
so
safety.
think about it.
The sale was for safety. And I made that there are three cardinal principles of
in that case, then I'm getting contradictory.
No, you're not getting contradictory. No, I'm not getting contradictory. I've made that point that you cannot hold your reserves in a commodity which is 40% of the total reserves.
Right.
So as soon as you get to a threshold, you have to convert that commodity into the forex because you don't have control over the commodities.
All right.
So let me come in. So in very simple terms, right? What does the 2025 financials, in a sense, present? And Kofi and I in policy circles, so it's something we call counterfactual, right, analysis, which is that, okay, if you hadn't done this, what would have been the other corresponding, right, effect that you likely would have seen? The broader benefit really has been, one, taming inflation, and then number two, the forex stability that we have had, which also had a big effect, right, or pass through on inflation and cost of living, right, pressures in that respect. If some of those interventions hadn't been done, what we're seeing now on the external side, and remember, in the pandemic, we all said, Russia, Ukraine, and what, and some of us said that the issue was because we did not have enough buffers. There was not enough reserves. And on this program, I have said that we even had a fiscal diabetes, right, on this very program, right? So really what has been done and achieved in just 1.5 years is the pace of the reserves and the build-up and that stability that you have now, such that with currently what is happening outside, you're still able to better withstand, right, those shocks. And the inflationary impact is actually tamed, especially from the FX angle. I was on a program earlier on in the week, and there were a couple of people from different, places, including the Market Women's Leader, Chamber of Industry, and then a few other people. And don't take my word, take what they said in terms of what has been the benefit, right? So I'm going to read here. This is from Auntie Mercy. Auntie Mercy, who is the president of the Greater Accra Market Women Association. And she's in charge of 67 markets, including Makola, right? And
we know her. We have hosted here.
You hosted here before, okay. So she said something here. I just want to quote that from that. And I actually sat in the program, so I remember what she said.
Go ahead, let's hear
it. Quote, the CD is now stable, and so we are happy. Formerly, if you had a box of milk at 20 Ghana cedis, and you didn't buy 30 or 40 boxes, by the time you returned, it would have increased to about 40 cedis. So you are unsure of how to sell your goods, whether to sell them or to wait because of this exchange rate issues and all of that.
From a City Report,
yes,
you know, they did a whole national discussion on the progress of the economy so far.
Yes, okay. She goes on and says, now the prices are stable. For us market women, we give credit to whom credit is due. We thank the government, the finance minister, and the governor of the Bank of Ghana. Then she further noted that the current macro climate, and this for me is even the most important thing in terms of signaling, has brought a sense of predictability to market operations. In other words, she can plan much better now. In other words, when she goes to the bank, she's able to get relatively cheaper loans.
But what
than
she's saying, nobody has disputed that. Has anybody disputed that?
No, it's the cost, the benefit. Absolutely.
Sustainability.
Is the yes, and the sustainability I will address because a lot of reforms is being done.
Okay, so
right?
actually,
so
this
remember,
part of
Kofi's question, which is that you are not chasing these macro figures as an end in and of itself. Are you getting my point? Inflation, low reserves, exchange rates, yes, is useful. But to what extent do you take that to drive the productive base of the economy? But you cannot also do that if you don't have that stable macro fundamentals, right? So think of it as a two-stage process. What you need to do in terms of the stability, and then now going forward, what has been very clearly communicated, it's about jobs, it's about competitiveness, right? It's about productivity. And you can see that again. I mean, the Chamber of even GUTA, right? Yes. And then the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They all were saying pretty much, right, the same thing.
They have been saying that for a while now.
To the point that the industry person was saying that now when he goes to the bank, he doesn't have to worry about looking for dollars, right? So these gains are real. They are tangible across the facet of different economic, right, agent, right? The cost of that stabilization is directly what you're saying in terms of the benefit. The accounting treatment on the Bank of Ghana's balance sheet, we've discussed that.
Right.
And the important point that I was even talking to related to what Gideon was making is that we have to make a very clear distinction between policy solvency and the negative equity thing that I mentioned. As we speak, the Bank of Ghana is still policy solvent.
Because of the 18 tons of gold?
No, that is not the case. So if you look at the data, the bank, the thing is here, right? So page 7 of the financials, there's a table there. And the title of the table is Policy Solvency Estimation by the bank. And then they list 2025, they list 2024. And then in 2025, they give the things that contributed. They list interest, they list net income from other financial instruments, they list fees and commission, they list other operating income, and then they list the net gain from the sale of the refined gold, right? And then in total...
So your position is, when you are discounting what Gideon brings into the basket, that you are at the point that the debt is 15.6 billion.
No.
Gideon says it is not, because we have to take the OMO or something, all of that into it.
And then my point I'm even saying is that you cannot even discount it because it is part and parcel of the process. To the point that your total operating income from what the bank earned is able to cover whatever they spend in doing their OMO operation.
Okay.
You getting my point? To the point that the 5.5 billion that they reported is 7 times what they actually had in 2024. And you can see the note in the financials.
Okay.
That says that in 2025, the bank recorded a strong policy solvency position, improving markedly over the 2024 outturn, and it was underpinned by higher reserve money on and so forth. The one that we have to do something about is, of course, on the equity position. So I've come from 2 angles. The policy solvency issues that allows the bank to actually do what it has to do. So that's the income statement. Then on the balance sheet, which is what you have to do to try and repair the balance sheet over the next couple of years. And there's a clear plan that has been communicated and a clear plan that has been agreed. You can look at some of the IMF reports to recapitalize the central bank by 2032. So it is not as though something is not being done. And it is also not as though the cost of the stabilization is not being felt by Ghanaians across the board, right? Okay. And then to the point, the last point Kofi made, and I reiterate, the macro fundamentals are a means to an end. The end really is to grow a more productive economic base.
Okay.
That ties into Professor
That'll be a perfect point. I want you to hold on for me. And as I announce, Samuel Jemfi joins us. But let's go to Prince. Prince, listening to particularly Gideon Boako, you crunch the numbers. Do you disagree with him that the treatment is intentional in a mischievous way or in a deceitful way?
Yes, Samson, good morning. I disagree with him, and on 2 different tangents. The first one being that he alluded to the fact that in 2022, that same treatment was not done. What he needs to understand is there is a big difference between impairment loss and revaluation losses.
Yes, go on.
So for impairment losses, those are losses that are recognized where the Bank of Ghana feels that for assets that they hold, they think they are not going to recover the same amount per the book value that they have. So because of the domestic debt exchange, Bank of Ghana was not going to recover the full amount of its holdings in government securities. So as a result, they needed to impair that asset. And that was impairment loss. I think it amounted to around 48 billion Ghana cedi. And that 48 billion is different from revaluation losses. Now, with revaluation losses, what happens is at the end of the year, you have to assess the asset that you have, either being PPE, that is buildings, machineries, or whatever, financial assets, you have to assess them to see if the value as at the end of 2024 is the same as at the end of 2025. Now, here is the case. In the end of 2024, you revalue this same asset with a dollar rate of around 15 cedis. Now, in 2025, you are going to revalue this same asset with a dollar rate of around 10 cedis. So what it means is there's going to be a loss. If all things being equal, you don't have any additional assets added to the pool, you are going to have a revaluation loss. Now, this revaluation loss does not and should not be part of the P&L, the actual P&L, that is profit and loss. If you go into IAS 1, that is the standard for preparation and presentation of financial statements, you need to make a distinction between profit and loss and OCI. And where an item is reported under OCI, you need not to add it to the profit and loss, because profit and loss is coming as a result of operating activities. So that is different from OCI. So here, with Bank of Ghana reporting it as OCI, Gideon should not forget that there is provision in Bank of Ghana Act that mandate them to report it as OCI. If you go to section 7 of Act 612, you see it there. That is subsection 1 of it, section 7.
Let's talk about all of this. I talked about this.
Yeah, okay. I agree with you on that. So that mandate them to report it as OCI. So you may see difference in the reporting style in that of 2022 compared to this year, basically because this is not an impairment loss. This is revaluation losses. For impairment losses, it should be in the P&L, and you could see from that of the 2025 reporting that it is there. And on the bit of the sale of the good, that is purely balance sheet movement. So you have the reserves, you move it to another reserve, then you recognize the gain the gain as a result of the movement in your P&L. That is what they've done. It's not like they've gone to sell it and it is no more in our reserves. Just that it is not in good reserves this time around. Okay. So it is balance sheet movement at the asset level. We are moving it from this asset to another asset.
So I get you. I get you that bottom line, no wrong has been done in the treatment of the account from where you sit. But hold on for me. I'm very sorry. I need to do this because they are also affected and they need to have a say. And since they want us to give them a small opportunity, let's do that quickly. Sami Jemfi, thank you very much for joining us. We started the show and we're talking about something to celebrate at the Gold Board because you have been able to grow the revenue exponentially from 307 million in 2024 to 907. You had a loss of 114 in 2025, yet has managed to keep expenditure at relatively lower levels through fiscal prudence than delivered in previously. Now, whilst we're celebrating that, unfortunately, we have to discuss this aspect of the loss that you have, brought upon the Bank of Ghana.
All right, firstly, thank you very much. I know time is not on our side, so I'll be very snappy and deal with a few headline issues. Greetings to my two lecturers on your main panel, Professor Texan and Professor Bog 15B. And greetings to all your panelists and viewers. I'm not speaking for the Bank of Ghana. The main reason for this intervention is to address some good-related matters that have been raised. But due to the privileged working relationship I have with the Bank of Ghana, I think that I'm obligated to help in clarifying some of the issues that your panelists have discussed for the benefit of your viewers. Issue number one, something. The Bank of Ghana has not made any losses that should even be a topic for discussion. You see, some have said that what has been described as losses to the tune of 15.6 billion Ghana cedis for 2025 is a cost of stabilization.
Yeah, but they write in their books that it's a loss.
Yeah, 15.6 billion as a cost of stabilization, they are right. I say that the Bank of Ghana is a victim of its own successes in 2025. And to understand that, you need to disaggregate that 15.6 billion loss that has been reported in this audited financial. When you do that, you'll be clapping for the Bank of Ghana. You will not be criticizing them. Why do I say so? And something you asked that question, Gideon asked the same question, that a year before, 2024, the Bank of Ghana made a loss of 9.4 billion, from 10 billion in 2023, from 60 billion in 2022. The losses were going down. Why should it go back to 15.6?
Yeah, the losses for which you had demonstrations asking that heads must roll.
This is a simple answer. Something. If Governor Asiama and his team at the Bank of Ghana had allowed the Ghana cedi to depreciate by 19%, like the cedi depreciated by 19% in 2024, the bank would have made a lot of revaluation gains, which would have translated into profits. Why do I say so? Last year, if you look at this audited financial statement, the Bank of Ghana made a gain, revaluation gain, of almost 12 billion Ghana cedis, because the currency depreciated by 19%. And so their foreign currency denominated assets appreciated in value. So look at the audited financial statements you have, the P&L statement, and you will see that the revaluation gain for 2024 is 2.1 billion. When you go to the other comprehensive income statement, you will see that the bank made another revaluation gain of 10.5 billion. In total, 4 billion. Why? Because the cedi depreciated and Ghanaians suffered. Now, Governor Siama comes and he ensures that the cedi appreciates by 41%. And Ghanaians are happy. Fuel prices and imports have become cheaper. Food prices are down 32%. So what happens? Their foreign currency denominated assets then lose value in cedis. And so they suffer a revaluation loss of 29 billion. Out of this 29 billion cedis, 5.4 billion belongs to the profit and loss statement, which you see in the audited financials, and 23.6 billion belongs to the OCI, other comprehensive income. What this simply means is that, but for the fact that the Ghana cedi appreciated, if it had depreciated like it was doing in 2024, there would have been no revaluation loss of 5.4 billion on the bank's books. And their loss would have just been, the total loss would have just been around the same 9 billion figure the bank recorded in 2024. That's point number one. Point number two is something. I've heard of Bokin and Gideon go on and on about the fact that the method or the strategy adopted by the Bank of Ghana in bringing down inflation was a far more expensive method, which is the method of sterilization, controlling demand pool inflation. But Bokin and Gideon knows that demand pool inflation is a reality. When money supply is not at optimal levels and you have too much liquidity in the market, every central bank is supposed to mop up the excess liquidity. There cannot be any alternative to that. If you say that the central bank should have rather focused on reducing the cost of production, i.e. reducing taxes, reducing utility prices and all that, when would we have brought inflation from 23.6% to 3.4%? And what would have been the cost of that on households and all of that? So the bank adopted the best method to bring about the economic relief Ghanaians needed. And as a result of, look, check the audited financial statement. Currency issue for last year alone, because of the excessive printing of money, was 1 billion. This year, 2025-471. So when you have the previous government printing money the way they printed, and you have more money chasing fewer goods, even an elementary, a first-year economic student will tell you that the central bank is right in mopping that excess liquidity. And that comes at a cost because they have to pay interest to commercial banks. And that is the second reason for the loss.
Okay.
Number 3 is the
our time is up. Your number 3, your point 3, you have to deal with it in a minute.
Just to let Kofi Bento understand that the domestic gold purchase program, which is designed, is supposed to bring about foreign reserve accumulation and FX intermediation for national economic stability and other economic benefits, has been scrapped. What we are now implementing in 2026 is GANRAP, the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Program approved by Cabinet and Parliament. And under that program, we will not be incurring the kind of policy cost of almost 16% that has been incurred over the years under the domestic gold purchase program. So if he wants to know what this government is doing to prevent the legitimate policy cost that was associated with the domestic gold purchase program, that is his answer. A new policy has been introduced in 2026 where we don't buy gold at Forest Bureau rate again, we buy at interbank rate, and policy cost has been reduced from over 16% to 7%. And Ministry of Finance...
You now buy gold at interbank rate.
And any other incidental cost is borne by the gold board.
Okay.
And the program has now been structured in such a way that the gold board will be able to buy gold, hold it for a long time before it sells when price is favorable to make profit to eventually reduce the policy cost.
Thank you, Sami. Thank you. Unfortunately, this is all time will allow us. My outfit is by Habil Scooter. Go to their socials, look for them, Habil Scooter. You can call them 0200 84 1988. And my guest, and apologies for those of you who really needed to come back and make rebuttals and some responses, but you couldn't get that opportunity. I suppose this issue just came up, and we will be looking at it even further. Godfred Bokping, Professor of Finance and Economist, University of Ghana, coming to us from a place that was a distraction to many people. Dr. Gideon Boako, MP Tano North and Member Finance Committee of Parliament, who is raising a completely different issue and critical questions he asked. Professor Ebo Texan, Department of Economics, University of Ghana, external member of the MPC of the Bank of Ghana and Chief Economist of AFTA Policy Network, APN. Dr. Theo Champong is Technical Advisor, Ministry of Finance. Kofi Bento, Lawyer and Senior Vice President, Imani Africa. Prince Owusu Ansa is Chartered Accountant and Chartered Tax Practitioner. My apologies to Prince because we really needed to hear Prince a lot more on the financials question. I'm Samson Ladia Yanini. This has been Newsfile, and tomorrow, my favorite show, Mama View Usu Abuaji, will sit in and host Veronica Frimpong, J. Opoku Ej, and Lady Reverend Ameshka Apre as they discuss whether or not marriage is an investment. They are taking lessons from the Kwe versus Kwe judgments. Have a good afternoon.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as Colorlink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply